to the silent canyons that cradle forgotten histories, to the ancient stones that bear the imprints of countless sunrises and whispered prayers, to the stars that chart the passage of eons, their light a testament to moments long dissolved, to the earth itself, a patient keeper of secrets, a vast and resonant archive of every fleeting breath and enduring spirit. This journey into the heart of memory is offered to those who seek understanding in the hush of the world, who find wisdom in the quiet endurance of nature, and who believe that even the most unspoken lives leave an indelible mark upon the tapestry of existence. May you find within these pages an echo of your own silent journey, a resonance with the deep, abiding truths held within the stillness, and a profound connection to the perpetual fire that burns within all things, linking us across the vast expanse of time and the sacred silence. For those who listen with their souls and see with their hearts, this chronicle of the perpetual flame and the silent witness is a humble offering, a tribute to the enduring imprint of eternity on the transient moments of life. The air grew thin, then thick again, not with humidity, but with a palpable stillness that pressed against no voice's eardrums. It was a silence that felt ancient, woven from millennia of wind's passage and the slow, deliberate erosion of stone. He stood at the precipice, the world he knew a distant, fading hum behind him. Before him yawned the canyon, a vast geological maw that swallowed the horizon. It was not a sudden precipice, but a gradual descent into immensity, a slow surrender of the sky to the earth's deep embrace. The scale of it was not immediately apparent. It unfolded, layer by monumental layer, as if the earth itself were exhaling a breath so profound it sculpted a continent. The palette of the canyon was one of muted grandeur. Ochres bled into rusts. Subtle grays softened into the pale, chalky hues of ancient seabeds. Veins of darker rock, like solidified shadow, traced their way through the lighter stone, hinting at the fiery origins and immense pressures that had birthed this colossal scar upon the land. Sunlight, when it found purchase, painted fleeting highlights on the sheer faces, accentuating the sheer, unyielding verticality. Yet, much of it remained shrouded in a perpetual twilight, the shadows deepening with the angle of the sun, creating a landscape of stark contrasts and hidden depths. This was not a place designed for the casual observer. It demanded a surrender, a willing immersion into its profound, unpopulated expanse, the cacophony of the world he had left behind, the insistent chatter of voices, the clatter of commerce, the ceaseless hum of manufactured existence, felt not just distant, but utterly irrelevant. Here, the only sound was the sigh of the wind, a breath that seemed to carry the accumulated quiet of ages. He took his first step beyond the threshold, his worn boots finding purchase on the gritty, uneven ground. The transition was subtle, almost imperceptible, yet a shift had occurred. The air itself seemed to vibrate with an unseen energy, a low thrumming that resonated not in his ears, but in the marrow of his bones. It was a feeling of being both utterly alone and profoundly connected, a paradox that settled deep within his quiet heart. He was a solitary figure against a backdrop of epic geological time, a single, fleeting note in an immense, silent symphony. His quest, undefined by spoken words, began with this simple act of stepping into the unknown, guided not by a map or a destination, but by an inner compass calibrated to the subtle language of the earth. As he descended, the canyon walls began to reveal their secrets, not in grand pronouncements, but in the quiet details etched upon their surfaces. The petroglyphs, they were the first ancient signs, weather-worn and softened by the relentless caress of wind and rain, yet still possessing a potent, undeniable presence. They were not mere decorations, but a chronicle, a visual language, inscribed by hands long turned to dust. He traced the smooth, cool surface of one carving with a reverent fingertip. A spiral, tight and intricate, seemed to draw him inward, a cosmic journey captured in stone. Beside it, a series of figures, abstract and stylized, suggested a procession, a dance, or perhaps a ritual. The rock itself seemed to hold the imprint of their movements, a ghostly echo of lives lived and moments that had long since passed into the realm of memory. These were not the polished pronouncements of history books, but the raw, visceral utterances of a people intimately connected to this land. Each symbol was a fragment, a shard of a forgotten narrative, hinting at the collective memory held within the very fabric of the earth. He saw patterns that spoke of celestial alignments, the careful observation of the heavens by those who sought understanding in the predictable yet awe-inspiring movements of the stars. Others hinted at forgotten rituals, ceremonies performed under the vast, indifferent sky, seeking communion with forces both immanent and transcendent. The tactile experience of the stone became a form of communion in itself. The way the light, filtering down from the unseen rim above, played across its surfaces, highlighting the texture, the subtle striations, the faint sheen of mineral deposits, all contributed to a sense of a living, breathing entity. He noted the subtle shifts in temperature that indicated a presence, a lingering consciousness from ages past. A patch of rock would be inexplicably warmer, as if still holding the residual heat of a body that had rested there, or perhaps a fire that had burned, leaving its energetic imprint long after the flames had died. These sensations, these fleeting impressions, were the whispers that began to guide his solitary journey, drawing him deeper into the canyon's heart. The profound isolation that had initially seemed daunting now felt like a necessary sanctuary, a space where the deafening noise of the external world could finally recede, allowing the subtler frequencies of the earth to be heard. His path was not a clearly marked trail, but a progression dictated by the whispers of the stone and the subtle cues of the landscape. He moved with a quiet deliberation, his senses heightened, attuned to the nuances of this ancient place. The canyon walls, towering on either side, were not merely inert geological formations, but living archives, each layer of rock a chapter in a story written in sediment and time. He saw how the wind, an invisible sculptor, had carved intricate patterns into the softer stone, creating overhangs that offered momentary shelter and smooth surfaces that seemed to invite the touch of a curious hand. These were the natural pathways, the ancient routes that had been followed by creatures and long ago by people. He observed the sparse vegetation that clung tenaciously to the rock faces, its roots finding purchase in the narrowest of crevices. A hardy scrub oak, twisted and gnarled by centuries of wind and sun, seemed to embody the spirit of resilience. Its leaves, small and leathery, rustled with a dry, papery sound, a subtle articulation of the wind's passage. He learned to read the subtle shifts in the color of the soil, the way it darkened after a rare rain shower, releasing a rich mineral scent that spoke of deep nourishment. Even the dust, stirred by his movement, seemed to carry the faint aroma of forgotten blooms and the dry breath of ages. Nature became his sole interpreter, a silent yet eloquent guide. A hawk, circling lazily on the thermals high above, its shadow briefly eclipsing the sun-drenched cliffs, was not just a bird in flight, but a messenger, its keen eyes surveying the vast expanse. No voice followed its effortless glide with his gaze, understanding that this creature, too, was a denizen of this ancient realm, a keeper of its silent rhythms. The ripple of the wind through a clump of desert grasses, a seemingly insignificant disturbance, conveyed information about the air currents, the subtle shifts in pressure that hinted at changes in the vast, unseen atmospheric ocean. He watched the precise movements of small creatures, lizards darting across sun-warmed rocks, insects meticulously gathering sustenance. Their persistence, their innate understanding of their environment, spoke of a wisdom that transcended words. The slow persistence of plants clinging to the rock, their tendrils reaching out, seeking moisture and anchorage, was a testament to an enduring will to exist, a quiet rebellion against the harshness of the elements. He was learning to read the world through its innate systems, deciphering the unspoken language that flowed through every living thing and every grain of sand. This section of his journey emphasized how the natural environment, stripped of human artifice and the clamor of spoken discourse, communicated a truth more profound than any uttered word. It was a silent testament to endurance, to the cyclical nature of life and death, and to the deep, resonant harmony that existed beneath the surface of human consciousness. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the canyon walls in hues of fiery orange and deep crimson, a new guide emerged. The sky, a canvas of darkening blue, began to reveal its celestial tapestry. Under the cloak of night, the stars emerged, not as distant, cold points of light, but as ancient beacons imbued with a significance that transcended mere astronomical observation. The constellations, familiar yet made newly potent within this sacred space, traced a path across the ink-black sky. He recognized patterns that seemed to echo the symbols etched into the canyon walls, a profound connection forming between the terrestrial and the cosmic. The Great Bear, its familiar shape rendered stark against the velvety darkness, seemed to mirror the etched outline of a creature he had seen on the rock face. The winding path of a river in the sky seemed to correspond with the subterranean watercourses that the canyon's geology hinted at. The deep silence of the canyon was punctuated only by the distant, ethereal cries of nocturnal creatures, the mournful hoot of an owl, the rustle of something unseen moving through the sparse undergrowth. These sounds, far from breaking the silence, seemed to deepen it, to emphasize the vastness and the mystery of the night. No voice found a sheltered overhang, a natural alcove carved by time and erosion, and settled down. He looked up, his gaze drawn to the overwhelming grandeur of the starlit panorama, the sheer indifference of the universe, the immensity of space and time laid bare above him was not a source of fear, but of a profound, humbling awe. He felt his own smallness, his fleeting existence, placed within the context of this cosmic immensity, and in that realization found a peculiar sort of peace. The stars were not just distant suns, they were the silent chroniclers of universal history, their light carrying the echoes of creation and the passage of countless ages. He understood that his journey was not merely a physical descent into a geological formation, but a pilgrimage through time and memory. The symbols on the rocks, the whispers of the wind, the silent communion with the stars, all were threads in a vast, interconnected tapestry. He was following a star-charted trail, one that had been laid down not by human hands, but by the intrinsic order of the cosmos and the deep, resonant pulse of the earth. This was a path that transcended the limitations of spoken language, a path that could only be followed by listening to the silence, by observing the subtle signs, and by allowing the ancient rhythms of the world to guide his steps. As the night deepened and the stars wheeled overhead in their silent, majestic procession, a growing anticipation began to build within him. The ancient signs, the whispers in the stone, had hinted at a destination, a place of profound significance at the heart of this vast canyon. He knew, with a certainty that resonated deep within his being, that he was drawing nearer to the site of the perpetual fire. The legend, passed down through the silent language of rock and sky, spoke not of a physical flame fueled by wood or oil, but of an eternal, radiant source of light and memory. It was a fire that burned without consuming, a beacon that illuminated the hidden truths of existence. This anticipation was not a nervous excitement, but a quiet, reverent expectation, a sense of nearing a place where the veil between the present and the past would be thinnest, a place that promised transformation. The mystique of the legend permeated the very air he breathed, a promise of the profound, almost spiritual significance of this fabled fire and the transformative power it was said to possess for those who were able to find it. The journey, arduous and solitary, was reaching its crucible. The descent continued, a slow pilgrimage into the earth's ancient heart. The canyon walls, once distant monuments, now pressed in, intimate and imposing. They were not merely rock, they were layered narratives, geological strata that spoke of eons in their subtle banding and variegated hues. Sunlight, when it managed to pierce the increasingly narrow aperture above, did so with a focused intensity, illuminating specific sections of the cliff face like spotlights on a grand, silent stage. It was in these illuminated patches that the true chronicle of the canyon began to reveal itself, not in bold pronouncements, but in the quiet, persistent language of the stone. The petroglyphs, encountered earlier, were not isolated curiosities, but threads woven into the very fabric of the canyon's being. No voice moved with a deliberate slowness, his gaze meticulously scanning every surface, his hands often reaching out to feel the texture of the rock. He found himself drawn to specific carvings, their forms softened by the relentless caress of millennia of wind and water, yet retaining an undeniable power. He traced the smooth, cool concavity of a spiral, its intricate, inward turning path seeming to resonate with his own journey into solitude. It was more than just a drawing, it felt like an invitation, a visual representation of a descent into the self, a shedding of the superficial to reach a deeper core. Beside it, a series of abstract figures, rendered in bold, sweeping lines, suggested a ceremonial procession or a forgotten dance. The rock beneath his fingertips held a faint, residual warmth, a sensation that sent a shiver, not of cold, but of profound connection, down his spine. It was as if the stone itself remembered the energy of those who had etched their stories, their rituals, their very essence into its enduring surface. These were not mere artistic embellishments. They were mnemonic devices, sacred maps, and coded messages from a time when the earth was understood as a living entity, intimately connected to the rhythms of the cosmos. He discovered a panel depicting a series of dots arranged in specific clusters, mirroring the constellations that he had observed in the night skies. The precise alignment of these terrestrial markings with the celestial bodies spoke of a sophisticated understanding of astronomy, a deep reverence for the predictable yet awe-inspiring movements of the stars. These ancient peoples had not merely looked to the heavens, they had sought to understand their place within its grand design, to draw parallels between the cosmic order and the earthly realm. One recurring symbol, a stylized depiction of the sun with radiating lines, was often positioned at the apex of a rising or setting arc, implying an understanding of solstices and equinoxes, the turning points of the year that governed planting, harvest, and ceremonial cycles. He encountered depictions of animals rendered with a remarkable economy of line, yet imbued with a striking vitality. A bighorn sheep, its powerful horns curled in a characteristic sweep, seemed to possess a proud, watchful spirit. A serpent, its form sinuous and fluid, coiled around a depiction of a human figure, hinting at a symbolic relationship, perhaps of transformation, wisdom, or even of a cyclical renewal of life. The texture of these carvings varied. Some were shallow and smooth, their edges rounded by time, while others, perhaps made more recently in the canyon's history, retained a sharper definition, their lines still bearing the imprint of the tools that had shaped them. The tactile experience of the stone became an extension of his own sensory awareness. He learned to distinguish the subtle variations in temperature that seemed to emanate from the rock itself. A particular section of a cliff face, bathed in the diffused light of the canyon depths, might feel unexpectedly warm, as if it still retained the residual heat of a sun that had long since moved on, or perhaps the lingering energy of a fire that had burned there centuries ago. These anomalies, these subtle shifts in thermal presence, were not scientifically explainable phenomena, but rather felt like tangible affirmations of a persistent, latent consciousness. They were whispers from the past, tangible echoes of life that had once pulsed through this very stone. He would press his palm against these warm patches, closing his eyes, trying to sense the faint vibrations, the spectral imprint of hands that had once rested there. It was in these moments of quiet communion that the immensity of time seemed to collapse, the past becoming a palpable presence. The canyon walls were a palimpsest of eras, each layer of sediment a page in a story spanning millennia. He observed how the wind, an invisible, relentless sculptor, had honed the softer rock into ephemeral shapes, shallow alcoves that offered momentary respite from the sun, and smooth, polished surfaces that seemed to invite the touch of a curious hand. These natural features, sculpted by the patient hand of time and weather, often corresponded with the etched symbols, suggesting that the ancient inhabitants had utilized these existing formations as part of their sacred geography. Their understanding of the land's inherent power. He noticed how a particular cluster of petroglyphs was situated beneath an overhang that would have provided shelter from both sun and rain, suggesting a deliberate choice of location for ritual or contemplation. The very air seemed to hum with a low frequency, a subtle resonance that was felt more than heard. It was a silence that was not empty, but pregnant with the unspoken. This profound stillness, a stark contrast to the clamor of the world he had left behind, was not an absence of sound, but a presence of something far older, far more profound. It was the sound of geological time itself, the slow, inexorable grind of tectonic plates, the whisper of ancient waters that had once flowed here, the silent exhalation of the earth. This pervasive stillness allowed him to attune himself to the subtler frequencies of existence, to perceive the almost imperceptible shifts in the atmosphere, the faint vibrations that emanated from the stone. His path was not a beaten track, but a fluid progression dictated by intuition and the subtle cues of the landscape. He moved with a quiet reverence, his senses heightened, each step a deliberate engagement with the ancient earth. The sparse vegetation that clung tenaciously to the rock faces, its roots finding improbable purchase in the narrowest of crevices, spoke of an extraordinary resilience. A gnarled juniper, its branches twisted into contorted forms by centuries of wind, seemed to embody the tenacious spirit of life in this arid domain. Its small, leathery leaves rustled with a dry, papery sound, a subtle articulation of the wind's ceaseless passage, a constant murmur in the otherwise profound silence. He learned to read the subtle discoloration of the soil, the way it darkened and released a rich mineral scent after a rare, ephemeral rainfall, a testament to the deep nourishment that lay hidden beneath the surface. Even the fine dust, disturbed by his passage, seemed to carry the faint, evocative aroma of forgotten blooms and the dry breath of ages. Nature became his sole interpreter, a silent yet eloquent guide. A hawk, circling lazily on the thermals high above, its shadow momentarily eclipsing the sun-drenched cliffs, was not just a creature in flight, but a messenger, its keen eyes surveying the vast, untamed expanse. No voice followed its effortless glide with his gaze, recognizing in its solitary mastery of the skies a kindred spirit, a denizen of this ancient realm, a keeper of its silent, eternal rhythms. The ripple of the wind through a patch of desert grasses, a seemingly insignificant disturbance, conveyed information about the air currents, the subtle shifts in pressure that hinted at changes in the vast, unseen atmospheric ocean. He observed the precise, economical movements of small creatures, lizards darting across sun-warmed rocks, insects meticulously gathering sustenance, their persistence and innate understanding of their environment, speaking of a wisdom that transcended the need for language. The slow, deliberate persistence of plants, their tendrils reaching out with unwavering determination, seeking moisture and anchorage in the unforgiving rock, was a testament to an enduring will to exist, a quiet rebellion against the harshness of the elements. He was learning to read the world through its inherent systems, deciphering the unspoken language that flowed through every living thing and every grain of sand. This phase of his journey was characterized by a profound immersion, a shedding of the familiar, and an embrace of the elemental, where the natural environment, stripped of human artifice and the clamor of spoken discourse, communicated a truth more fundamental than any utterance. It was a silent testament to endurance, to the cyclical nature of life and death, and to the deep, resonant harmony that existed beneath the superficial currents of human consciousness. As the sun began its slow descent, casting long, dramatic shadows that stretched and deepened within the canyon's confines, the celestial sphere began to assert its dominance. The sky, a vast canvas of deepening blue, slowly unveiled its intricate tapestry of stars. Under the cloak of the encroaching night, the constellations emerged, not as distant, cold points of light, but as ancient, luminous beacons, imbued with a significance that transcended mere astronomical observation. The patterns, familiar yet rendered newly potent within the sacred, silent embrace of the canyon, seemed to echo the very symbols etched into the rock faces. A profound, undeniable connection was forged between the terrestrial and the cosmic. The Great Bear, its familiar formation stark against the velvety darkness, mirrored the etched outline of a powerful creature he had seen on the canyon wall. Its presence here in the sky, a confirmation of its earthly significance. The winding path of a celestial river seemed to correspond with the subterranean watercourses that the canyon's very geology hinted at, a subterranean flow mirrored in the heavens. The deep, all-encompassing silence of the canyon was punctuated only by the distant, ethereal cries of nocturnal creatures, the mournful hoot of an owl echoing from unseen depths, the rustle of something unseen moving through the sparse undergrowth. These sounds, far from disrupting the profound stillness, seemed to deepen it, to accentuate the vastness and the pervasive mystery of the night. No voice found a sheltered overhang, a natural alcove carved by millennia of erosion, and settled down, his body seeking a measure of comfort against the cooling stone. He looked up, his gaze drawn irresistibly to the overwhelming, silent grandeur of the starlit panorama, the sheer indifference of the universe, the immense scale of space and time laid bare above him, was not a source of fear, but of a profound, humbling awe. He felt his own insignificance, his fleeting existence, placed within the vast context of this cosmic immensity, and in that realization, found a peculiar, transcendent peace. The stars were not merely distant suns, they were the silent, eternal chroniclers of universal history, their ancient light carrying the echoes of creation itself and the passage of countless, unfathomable ages. He understood, with a clarity that resonated deep within his core, that his journey was not merely a physical descent into a geological formation, but a profound pilgrimage through time and memory. The symbols etched into the rocks, the whispers carried on the wind, the silent communion with the celestial bodies, all were intricate threads woven into a vast, interconnected tapestry. He was following a star-charted trail, one that had been laid down not by human hands, but by the intrinsic, immutable order of the cosmos and the deep, deep resonant pulse of the earth itself. This was a path that transcended the limitations of spoken language, a path that could only be followed by listening to the silence, by observing the subtle, often overlooked signs, and by allowing the ancient, inherent rhythms of the world to guide his every step. As the night deepened and the stars wheeled overhead in their silent, majestic procession, a growing anticipation began to build within him, a quiet certainty that permeated his being. The ancient signs, the persistent whispers in the stone, had all hinted at a specific destination, a place of profound significance nestled at the very heart of this vast, ancient canyon. He knew, with an unshakable conviction that resonated deep within his bones that he was drawing nearer to the fabled site of the perpetual fire. The legend, passed down through the silent, enduring language of rock and sky, spoke not of a physical flame fueled by wood or oil, but of an eternal, radiant source of light and memory, an incandescent core of pure energy. It was a fire that burned without consuming, a beacon that illuminated the hidden truths of existence, a wellspring of ancient wisdom. This anticipation was not a nervous excitement, but a quiet, reverent expectation, a sense of approaching a place where the veil between the present moment and the distant past would be thinnest, a sanctuary that promised profound transformation. The mystique of the legend permeated the very air he breathed, silent promise of the profound, almost spiritual significance of this fabled fire and the transformative power it was said to possess for those who were truly ready to find it. The arduous, solitary journey was reaching its crucible, a point of intense pressure and potential revelation where the seeker would be tested and, if worthy, transformed. The weight of expectation settled upon him, not as a burden, but as a sacred charge, guiding his every breath, his every movement towards the heart of the mystery. The very air within the canyon seemed to possess a resonance, a silent hum that vibrated not in the ears, but in the bones, a primal frequency that spoke of the earth's deep, slow respiration. This was a silence that was not defined by the absence of noise, but by the overwhelming presence of something far more ancient and profound. It was the sound of geological time itself, the deep, grinding symphony of tectonic plates shifting over eons, the murmur of phantom waters that had carved these canyons in ages past, the quiet exhalation of the planet's molten heart. This pervasive stillness was a potent amplifier, allowing no voice to attune himself to the subtler frequencies of existence. He began to perceive the almost imperceptible shifts in the atmosphere, the faint tremors that emanated from the very stone beneath his feet, an intricate language spoken in vibrations. His path was not a preordained route, nor a worn track etched by the feet of countless others. Instead, it was a fluid progression, guided by an inner compass, by the subtle, intuitive cues that the landscape offered. He moved with a quiet reverence, each step a deliberate act of engagement with the ancient earth. His senses, honed by the absence of familiar distractions, were now acutely attuned to the nuanced dialogue of the natural world. The sparse vegetation that clung with an almost desperate tenacity to the sheer rock faces, its roots finding improbable anchorage in the narrowest of fissures, spoke volumes of an extraordinary resilience. A gnarled juniper, its ancient branches twisted into contorted forms by the relentless sculpting of centuries of wind and sun, stood as a living embodiment of the tenacious spirit of life that persevered in this arid domain. Its small, leathery leaves, when stirred by a passing breeze, rustled with a dry, papery sound, a subtle articulation of the wind's ceaseless passage, a constant murmur that underscored the profound silence of the canyon. He learned to interpret the subtle discoloration of the soil, the way it darkened and released a rich mineral scent after the rare, ephemeral kiss of rain, a testament to the deep, hidden nourishment that lay just beneath the desiccated surface. Even the fine dust, disturbed by his cautious passage, seemed to carry the faint, evocative aroma of forgotten blooms and the dry, ancient breath of ages long past. Nature had become his sole interpreter, a silent yet eloquent guide through this labyrinth of stone and time, the effortless flight of a hawk, a solitary sentinel circling lazily on the thermals high above, its shadow momentarily eclipsing the sun-drenched cliffs, was not merely the passage of a creature in the sky. It was a messenger, its keen eyes surveying the vast, untamed expanse with an ancient wisdom. No voice followed its effortless glide with his gaze, recognizing in its solitary mastery of the skies a kindred spirit, a true denizen of this ancient realm, a keeper of its silent, eternal rhythms. The gentle ripple of the wind through a patch of hardy desert grasses, a seemingly insignificant disturbance in the grand scheme of things, conveyed a wealth of information about the subtle shifts in air currents, the delicate changes in atmospheric pressure that hinted at the larger, unseen movements within the vast, invisible ocean of the sky. He observed the precise, economical movements of the smaller creatures that inhabited this austere environment, lizards darting with lightning speed across sun-warmed rocks, their scales catching the light, or insects meticulously gathering sustenance. Their tireless industry and innate understanding of their surroundings, speaking of a wisdom that transcended the need for any articulated language. The slow, deliberate persistence of the plants, their tendrils reaching out with unwavering determination, seeking moisture and anchorage in the unforgiving rock, was a testament to an enduring will to exist, a quiet, persistent rebellion against the harshness of the elements. He was learning to read the world not through abstract concepts or human centric narratives, but through the inherent systems that governed its existence, deciphering the unspoken language that flowed through every living thing and every grain of sand. This phase of his journey was characterized by a profound immersion, a shedding of the familiar layers of his former life, and an embrace of the elemental truths of the earth. The natural environment, stripped bare of human artifice, of the clamor of spoken discourse, and the distractions of societal constructs, communicated a truth far more fundamental and enduring than any uttered word. It was a silent testament to the unyielding nature of endurance, to the profound cyclical nature of life and death that governed all existence, and to the deep, resonant harmony that existed beneath the superficial currents of human consciousness. As the sun began its slow, majestic descent toward the horizon, casting long, dramatic shadows that stretched and deepened within the canyon's imposing confines, the celestial sphere began its subtle yet undeniable assertion of dominance. The sky, a vast canvas of deepening azure, slowly unfurled its intricate tapestry of stars, each one appearing like a diamond dust scattered across velvet. Under the protective cloak of the encroaching night, the constellations emerged, no longer appearing as distant, cold pinpricks of light, but as ancient, luminous beacons, imbued with a significance that transcended mere astronomical observation. The familiar patterns, rendered newly potent within the sacred, silent embrace of the canyon, seemed to echo the very symbols etched into the weathered rock faces he had encountered earlier. A profound, undeniable connection was forged between the terrestrial realm and the vast cosmic expanse. The Great Bear, its familiar, stoic formation, stark and clear against the velvety darkness, mirrored the etched outline of a powerful creature he had seen etched into a cliff face. Its presence here in the sky, a powerful confirmation of its enduring earthly significance. The winding, luminous path of a celestial river seemed to correspond with the hidden subterranean watercourses that the canyon's very geology hinted at, a subterranean flow of life mirrored in the heavens above. The deep, all encompassing silence of the canyon was punctuated only by the distant, ethereal cries of nocturnal creatures, the mournful, resonant hoot of an owl echoing from unseen depths, or the subtle rustle of something unseen moving stealthily through the sparse, dry undergrowth, were sounds that, far from disrupting the profound stillness, seemed to deepen it, to accentuate the vastness and the pervasive, ancient mystery of the night. No voice found a sheltered overhang, a natural alcove carefully carved by millennia of relentless erosion, and settled down, his body seeking a measure of comfort against the cooling stone. He looked up, his gaze drawn irresistibly to the overwhelming, silent grandeur of the starlit panorama unfolding above him. The sheer, stark indifference of the universe, the immense, unfathomable scale of space and time laid bare above him, was not a source of fear or existential dread, but of a profound, humbling awe. He felt the immensity of his own insignificance, the ephemeral nature of his fleeting existence, placed within the vast context of this cosmic immensity. In that profound realization, he found a peculiar, transcendent peace. The stars were not merely distant suns, they were the silent, eternal chroniclers of universal history, their ancient light carrying the echoes of creation itself and the passage of countless, unfathomable ages. He understood, with a clarity that resonated deep within the core of his being, that his journey was not merely physical descent into a geological formation, but a profound pilgrimage through the interwoven tapestries of time and memory. The symbols etched into the rocks, the whispers carried on the breath of the wind, the silent communion with the celestial bodies wheeling overhead, all were intricate threads woven into a vast, interconnected fabric of existence. He was following a star-charted trail, one that had been laid down not by the hands of humans, but by the intrinsic, immutable order of the cosmos and the deep, resonant pulse of the earth itself. This was a path that transcended the limitations of spoken language, a path that could only be followed by listening to the profound silence, by observing the subtle, often overlooked signs that nature so generously offered, and by allowing the ancient, inherent rhythms of the world to guide his every step, his every breath. As the night deepened and the stars continued their silent, majestic procession across the inky canvas of the sky, a growing anticipation began to build within him, a quiet, unwavering certainty that permeated his very being. The ancient signs, the persistent whispers emanating from the stone, the very essence of the canyon's ancient spirit, all had hinted at a specific destination, a place of profound significance nestled at the very heart of this vast, ancient wilderness. He knew, with an unshakable conviction that resonated deep within his bones, that he was drawing nearer to the fabled site of the perpetual fire. The legend, passed down through the silent, enduring language of rock and sky, spoke not of a physical flame fueled by wood or oil, but of an eternal, radiant source of light and memory, an incandescent core of pure, elemental energy. It was a fire that burned without consuming, a beacon that illuminated the hidden truths of existence, a wellspring of ancient, primordial wisdom. This anticipation was not a nervous excitement, but a quiet, reverent expectation, a profound sense of approaching a place where the veil between the present moment and the distant past would be thinnest, a sanctuary that promised profound transformation. The mystique of the legend permeated the very air he breathed, a silent promise of the profound, almost spiritual significance of this fabled fire and the transformative power it was said to possess for those who were truly ready to find it. The arduous, solitary journey was reaching its crucible, a point of intense pressure and potential revelation, where the seeker would be tested and, if found worthy, irrevocably transformed. The weight of expectation settled upon him, not as a burden, but as a sacred charge, guiding his every breath, his every movement towards the very heart of the mystery, towards the culmination of his silent pilgrimage. The velvet curtain of night, drawn across the vast canvas of the sky, revealed a spectacle of celestial artistry that dwarfed all earthly concerns. Each star, a distant sun burning with its own primordial fire, seemed to hum a silent, ancient melody that resonated deep within no voice's being. He lay sheltered beneath an overhang, the cool, unyielding stone a comforting anchor against the immensity unfolding above. The silence of the canyon, which had already become a language in itself, was now amplified by the sheer, breathtaking grandeur of the cosmos. It was a silence that spoke of immeasurable distances, of light that had traveled for millennia, carrying tales of cosmic births and deaths, of nebulae swirling in nascent creation, and of the slow, inexorable waltz of galaxies. This was not an empty silence, but one pregnant with the accumulated history of the universe, a profound testament to the enduring cyclical nature of all things. His gaze, unburdened by the glare of artificial lights or the distractions of a world far removed, traced the familiar constellations, yet saw them with an entirely new vision. The Great Bear, Ursa Major, a constellation he had known since childhood, now seemed to possess an added weight of significance. Its stoic, unmistakable form was etched against the black, a celestial hieroglyph that mirrored the powerful beast he had observed etched into the weathered rock face earlier that day. This was no mere coincidence. It was a cosmic echo, a profound confirmation that the terrestrial and the celestial were not separate entities, but interconnected facets of a single, unified reality. The stories whispered by the ancient ones, stories of animal spirits and totemic connections, were not simply myths, but encoded truths, celestial maps laid out for those with the eyes to see. The alignment of these terrestrial carvings with the celestial patterns was a silent, irrefutable testament to an ancient wisdom that understood the profound, resonant harmonies that bound the physical world to the cosmic dance. He followed the winding, luminous path of what seemed like a celestial river, its shimmering currents mirroring the hidden subterranean watercourses that the very geology of the canyon hinted at. He could almost feel the pulse of these hidden flows, a lifeblood coursing beneath the arid surface, a secret river of sustenance that the ancient world had understood and revered. The heavens were not just a display of distant fires, they were a meticulously drawn chart, a guide for those who knew how to read its language. The subtle variations in the star's brightness, the specific arrangement of celestial bodies at this precise moment, all contributed to a vast, intricate system of navigation. This was a star-charted trail, not etched by human hands or marked by terrestrial signposts, but inscribed in the very fabric of the universe, a path laid out by the immutable laws of physics and the ancient cosmic pulse. The profound stillness of the night was occasionally rent by the distant, ethereal cries of nocturnal creatures, the mournful, resonant hoot of an owl, its sound carrying on the still air, seemed to emanate from the very depths of the canyon, a lonely sentinel calling out to the vastness, or the subtle rustle of something unseen moving stealthily through the sparse, dry undergrowth, a fleeting whisper that hinted at the hidden lives that thrived in the darkness. These sounds, far from disturbing the profound stillness, served only to deepen it, to accentuate the vastness of the space and the pervasive ancient mystery that permeated the night. They were the punctuation marks in the silent symphony of the universe, the living breath that gave testament to the enduring vitality of this ancient land, even in its darkest hours. No voice felt the immensity of his own insignificance, the ephemeral nature of his fleeting existence, placed within the vast context of this cosmic immensity. It was a realization that could easily have induced fear or existential dread, a paralyzing sense of being lost in an indifferent boundless void. Yet, in this stark realization, he found not despair, but a peculiar, transcendent peace. The universe, in its overwhelming scale and its apparent indifference, was not an enemy to be feared, but a truth to be embraced. It was a truth that stripped away the ego, the self importance that often clung to human consciousness like a shroud. In shedding these familiar layers of self, he felt a profound connection to something far greater, an elemental belonging that transcended the limitations of his individual identity. The stars were not merely distant suns, they were the silent, eternal chroniclers of universal history, their ancient light carrying the echoes of creation itself and the passage of countless, unfathomable ages. They were witnesses to the slow, inexorable processes that had shaped worlds, the grand cosmic narrative that unfolded with patient, unwavering rhythm. He understood with a clarity that resonated deep within the core of his being that his journey was not merely a physical descent into a geological formation, but a profound pilgrimage through the interwoven tapestries of time and memory. The symbols etched into the rocks, the whispers carried on the breath of the wind, the silent communion with the celestial bodies wheeling overhead, all were intricate threads woven into a vast, interconnected fabric of existence. He was following a star charted trail, one that had been laid down not by the hands of humans, but by the intrinsic, immutable order of the cosmos and the deep, resonant pulse of the earth itself. This was a path that transcended the limitations of spoken language, a path that could only be followed by listening to the profound silence, by observing the subtle, often overlooked signs that nature so generously offered, and by allowing the ancient, inherent rhythms of the world to guide his every step, his every breath. As the night deepened and the stars continued their silent, majestic procession across the inky canvas of the sky, a growing anticipation began to build within him, a quiet, unwavering certainty that permeated his very being. The ancient signs, the persistent whispers emanating from the stone, the very essence of the canyon's ancient spirit, all had hinted at a specific destination, a place of profound significance, nestled at the very heart of this vast, ancient wilderness. He knew, with an unshakable conviction that resonated deep within his bones, that he was drawing nearer to the fabled site of the perpetual fire. The legend, passed down through the silent, enduring language of rock and sky, spoke not of a physical flame fueled by wood or oil, but of an eternal, radiant source of light and memory, an incandescent core of pure, elemental energy. It was a fire that burned without consuming, a beacon that illuminated the hidden truths of existence, a wellspring of ancient, primordial wisdom. This anticipation was not a nervous excitement, but a quiet, reverent expectation, a profound sense of approaching a place where the veil between the present moment and the distant past would be thinnest, a sanctuary that promised profound transformation. The mystique of the legend permeated the very air he breathed, a silent promise of the profound, almost spiritual significance of this fabled fire and the transformative power it was said to possess for those who were truly ready to find it. The arduous, solitary journey was reaching its crucible, a point of intense pressure and potential revelation, where the seeker would be tested and, if found worthy, irrevocably transformed. The weight of expectation settled upon him, not as a burden, but as a sacred charge, guiding his every breath, his every movement towards the very heart of the mystery, towards the culmination of his silent pilgrimage. The celestial bodies, in their silent, unwavering circuit, served as his constant companions and guides. Each constellation, a meticulously arranged pattern of starlight, was more than just an astronomical phenomenon. It was a signpost, a key to unlocking the secrets of the land. He recognized the celestial patterns that mirrored the glyphs carved into the canyon walls, a celestial Rosetta Stone that provided a deeper understanding of the ancient earth lore. The Great Bear, Ursa Major, its familiar shape imprinted on the minds of countless generations, was here in the desert sky, a celestial echo of the great predatory cat etched onto a sheer rock face. This mirroring was not accidental. It was a profound affirmation of the interconnectedness of all things, a demonstration of how the cosmic order was reflected in the earthly realm and vice versa. The subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the position of certain stars, a deviation from the predictable path, became a clue, a whispered hint of a deviation in the terrestrial path, a subtle anomaly that warranted closer attention. He learned to read the sky not as a static map, but as a dynamic, ever changing testament to the fluid nature of reality. The fainter stars, often overlooked by the casual observer, held their own significance, their relative brightness and positions speaking volumes about the underlying currents of energy that flowed through the cosmos. He spent hours under the vast, starlit dome, his senses drinking in the profound silence, broken only by the occasional, haunting cry of a night creature, the mournful hoot of an owl, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of centuries, or the dry rustle of unseen movement in the sparse vegetation, were not interruptions but integral parts of the night's symphony. They were the subtle undertones that enriched the silence, emphasizing the immensity of the space and the profound, ancient mystery that enveloped him. His contemplation was not merely an idle observation, it was a deep immersion, a shedding of the superficial layers of his former life, a stripping away of the artificial constructs of human society that had once defined him. In this stark simplicity, he found a connection to something far more fundamental, a primal understanding of his place within the grand cosmic order. The stars, indifferent in their brilliance, offered a profound lesson in perspective. They revealed the transient nature of human endeavors, the fleeting span of a single life against the backdrop of cosmic time. This realization, rather than diminishing him, imbued him with a sense of humility and awe, a quiet understanding of his role as a transient observer within an eternal narrative. He began to perceive the faint, almost imperceptible variations in the starlight, the subtle shifts in their luminescence that indicated not just distance, but also the presence of unseen cosmic phenomena. He learned to distinguish the light that had traveled through nebulae, carrying with it the faint whispers of nascent star formation, from the light that had been reflected by celestial bodies, carrying a different, more nuanced story. The celestial river, which he had observed earlier, now seemed to possess a deeper significance, its luminous path appearing to align with specific geological formations on the Earth, suggesting a hidden network of subterranean energy flows that connected the terrestrial and the cosmic. These were not mere coincidences. They were part of a grand, intricate map, a celestial blueprint that guided those who possessed the clarity of vision to decipher it. The deeper he looked, the more he understood that the stars were not just distant points of light, but reservoirs of ancient energy, repositories of cosmic memory. Their light, having traversed unimaginable distances, carried with it the echoes of creation itself, the residual energy of stellar births and deaths, the faint vibrations of events that had transpired eons ago. He felt a profound connection to this ancient energy, a resonance that seemed to awaken dormant aspects of his own being. The celestial bodies were the keepers of a universal truth, a truth that transcended the limitations of human language and reason. They spoke in the silent language of light and gravity, their movements a testament to the inherent order and harmony of the cosmos. His journey was not simply about reaching a destination, but about transforming his perception of reality. The starlit trail was a path of awakening, a gradual unfolding of awareness that allowed him to see the world with new eyes, to perceive the subtle currents of energy that flowed through all things. He realized that the silence of the canyon was not an absence of sound, but a profound presence, a stillness that allowed the subtler frequencies of the universe to become audible. The stars, in their silent grandeur, were the ultimate expression of this cosmic silence, their light a luminous testament to the profound truths that lay hidden beneath the surface of the perceived world. He observed how certain constellations, when viewed at specific times of the night, appeared to align with particular landmarks within the canyon, suggesting a deliberate ancient design. The positioning of the stars was not random. It was a deliberate, intricate system of celestial markers laid out by those who had come before, or perhaps by the very forces that governed the universe. He began to map these alignments, to record them in his mind, creating a personal, celestial atlas that would guide him through the remaining stages of his journey. Each star, each constellation became a point of reference, a beacon of light in the vast terrestrial darkness. The anticipation of reaching the perpetual fire, the fabled source of light and memory, intensified with each passing hour. The celestial guides, in their silent unwavering procession reinforced his conviction that he was on the right path. The stars, the ancient whispers of the earth, and the intuitive compass within his own being all pointed towards a singular destination, a place of profound significance where the veil between the mundane and the sacred would be thinnest. He understood that this journey was not about conquering the wilderness, but about surrendering to its ancient rhythms, about becoming one with the vast cosmic symphony that played out in the silent, star-dusted expanse above. The night was his teacher, the stars his mentors, and the silence of the canyon, the sacred space where his transformation would unfold. Guided by the celestial trail etched across the ink-black sky, the vastness of the cosmos was not a void to be feared, but a boundless ocean of possibility, and he was a small yet significant vessel charting his course through its luminous depths, guided by the ancient wisdom of the star-charted trail. The journey was arduous, demanding a constant attunement to subtle cues, a continuous interpretation of the silent language of the universe. But the promise of revelation, of profound understanding, fueled his every step, his every breath, deeper into the heart of the mystery. The air itself seemed to hum with an ancient, resonant frequency, a palpable vibration that thrummed through the very marrow of his bones. It was a sensation that transcended the auditory, a feeling that permeated his entire being, as if the earth itself was exhaling a silent, potent song. Each step he took, guided by the unerring calligraphy of the stars and the subtle contours of the land, carried him deeper into a realm where the ordinary laws of existence seemed to bend and warp. The legend of the perpetual fire, once a whispered myth, now felt like an imminent truth, a tangible presence coalescing around him. He saw it not as a mere physical phenomenon, but as the very heart of the ancient energies that pulsed through this sacred landscape, a convergence point of primal forces. He recalled the fragmented tales, passed down through generations, not by written word, but by the etched memories of stone and the intuitive knowledge carried on the desert wind. These were not stories of mere illumination, of a simple flame to banish the darkness. The perpetual fire was spoken of as a fount of cosmic awareness, a nexus where the past, present, and future converged, where the very essence of memory was held in an eternal, incandescent state. It was a fire that burned without consuming, a light that illuminated not just the external world, but the deepest recesses of the soul. The legend suggested that to witness it, to truly understand it, was to undergo a profound metamorphosis, a shedding of the old self, and an awakening to a vaster, more fundamental reality. The path, though faint, seemed to guide him instinctively. The geological formations and the celestial alignments forming a complex, interwoven map. He felt a subtle pull, an invisible tether drawing him towards an unseen center. This was not a journey of force or will, but one of surrender and attunement. He was a conduit, allowing the ancient currents of the land to flow through him, directing his passage. The silence that had once been merely an absence of noise had deepened into a profound presence, a vast, resonating stillness that held within it the accumulated wisdom of eons. Within this stillness, the legend of the fire began to unfurl, not as a narrative to be recited, but as a living truth to be experienced. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the stark beauty of the canyon, now bathed in the ethereal glow of starlight. The shapes of the rocks seemed to shift and coalesce, suggesting forms that were both familiar and utterly alien. He saw fleeting glimpses of figures etched into the darkness, not as solid shapes, but as ephemeral patterns of light and shadow, the residual imprints of beings who had walked this path long before him. These spectral presences were not frightening, they were a testament to the enduring power of this place, a reminder that the veil between worlds was thin here, and that the past was not truly gone, but merely waiting to be remembered. The legend spoke of guardians, of ancient spirits who watched over the sacred site, and in these fleeting visions, he felt their silent acknowledgement, their ancient gaze upon him. The mystique of the perpetual fire was not something that could be easily grasped by the rational mind. It was a concept that resonated with the deeper, more intuitive parts of his consciousness. It was the promise of understanding the fundamental interconnectedness of all things, the intricate web of existence that bound the smallest particle to the grandest galaxy. The fire was said to be a catalyst, a source of pure, unadulterated energy that could unlock the hidden potential within the seeker, revealing truths that lay dormant, waiting for the right moment to be ignited. This was the core of the legend, the promise that fueled his arduous journey, the promise of transformation, of awakening. He recalled a particular fragment of the lore, a cryptic verse that spoke of the fire as a mirror to the soul's own luminescence. This suggested that the fire was not merely an external phenomenon, but a reflection of an inner state, a manifestation of the seeker's own readiness and their capacity to receive its profound illumination. If one's spirit was clouded by doubt or ego, the fire would remain hidden, or perhaps even appear as a destructive force. But for one who approached with a pure heart and a quest for truth, it would reveal its radiant glory. This understanding instilled in him a sense of profound responsibility, a need to approach this legendary site with unwavering reverence and a deep sense of humility. The journey itself was becoming a pilgrimage of perception. He no longer saw the desert as a barren, lifeless expanse, but as a vibrant, pulsating ecosystem teeming with hidden energies and ancient wisdom. The wind carried not just dust, but the whispers of forgotten languages. The rocks not only formed the landscape, but held within them the geological memory of millennia. And the stars, his silent companions, were not distant orbs of light, but celestial conduits, their luminescence carrying the very essence of creation. Each element of this vast, ancient tableau was a piece of the puzzle, a clue that led him closer to the heart of the mystery. He felt a growing certainty that the legend was more than just a story. It was a prophecy, a divinely ordained path laid out for those with the discernment to follow. The symbols he had deciphered, the celestial alignments he had mapped, the subtle shifts in the earth's energy he had sensed, all were converging, guiding him towards a singular, sacred point. The anticipation was not one of eager haste, but of a deep, resonant knowing, a sense of arriving at a place that had always been waiting for him, a place where the universe itself held its breath in anticipation of his arrival. The concept of perpetual resonated deeply within him. It spoke of an enduring truth, a constant that existed beyond the transient nature of all earthly things. It was the antithesis of decay and oblivion, a beacon of eternal light and knowledge. In a world where everything seemed to be in a constant state of flux, the idea of something that remained unchanging, that was eternally radiant, held an immense appeal. This was the promise that the legend held out, the promise of touching the eternal, of connecting with a reality that transcended the limitations of time and space. As he navigated through the deepening twilight, he felt the subtle shift in the atmosphere, a heightened sense of presence. The air grew stiller, heavier, charged with an almost electric energy. The usual subtle sounds of the desert, the rustle of unseen creatures, the sigh of the wind, seemed to recede, replaced by a profound, all-encompassing silence. This was the silence of anticipation, the hush that falls before a revelation. He knew, with certainty that bypassed conscious thought, that he was on the cusp of something profound. The legend of the perpetual fire was about to become his reality. The journey had been long, the path arduous, but the promise of illumination, of a transformative encounter with the eternal, drew him onward, deeper into the heart of the ancient land. He was not merely a pilgrim seeking a destination, he was an echo drawn back to the source from which all echoes emanate, towards the unwavering light that had guided him from the very beginning. The very act of seeking was itself a form of ignition, a spark that was drawing the greater flame closer, its luminescence now a palpable force urging him forward, a silent, radiant beacon beckoning him towards the culmination of his quest. He continued his descent, the contours of the canyon walls becoming more defined in the fading light. The starlight now, the dominant illumination. Each step was a deliberate act of trust, an unfolding of faith in the ancient guidance he had learned to interpret. The silence of the night, once a vast emptiness, was now alive with a subtle, resonant energy, a vibration that seemed to originate from the very core of the earth. It was the prelude to the perpetual fire, a harmonious hum that spoke of immense, contained power. The legend had painted a picture of a place not to be conquered, but to be approached with a heart open to revelation, a mind ready to shed its preconceived notions. The mystique of the fire was not just its supposed eternal nature, but its capacity to unveil the hidden truths of existence. It was rumored to be a repository of all knowledge, a living library of the cosmos, where the answers to the universe's deepest questions resided. This was not knowledge acquired through study or discourse, but a direct, intuitive understanding, a sudden illumination that transcended the limitations of logic and reason. The seekers of the perpetual fire were not scholars or philosophers in the conventional sense, but those who possessed a profound inner stillness, an ability to listen to the subtle whispers of the universe. He recalled a particular passage in the oral traditions, which described the fire not as a singular point of light, but as a vast, interconnected network of radiant energy woven into the very fabric of the land. It was said to manifest differently to each individual, reflecting their own inner landscape, their receptivity, and their deepest aspirations. For some, it might appear as a blazing inferno, a purification by flame. For others, a gentle, enveloping warmth, a comfort that dissolved all fear. And for some, perhaps the most profound, it would manifest as pure consciousness, an awareness that was as vast and boundless as the cosmos itself. This adaptability of the fire, its ability to meet the seeker where they were, spoke of an intelligence far beyond human comprehension, a benevolent force that sought to guide and elevate. The anticipation was a complex tapestry woven from reverence, curiosity, and a deep underlying sense of destiny. He felt like a vessel being drawn towards its intended harbor, a journey of countless steps culminating in a single pivotal moment. The legends did not speak of the trials that lay beyond the fire, only of the transformative power it held. It was a threshold, a point of no return, where the seeker would either be irrevocably changed or, perhaps, simply return to their former existence, the vision of the fire forever imprinted on their memory, a tantalizing glimpse of what could have been. This uncertainty, paradoxically, added to the profound allure of the legend. It was a challenge, a test of one's commitment and their capacity for true change. He paused again, this time leaning against a massive, ancient boulder that seemed to absorb the faint starlight. He closed his eyes, not to block out the world, but to deepen his connection to it. He focused on the subtle vibrations that pulsed through the stone, feeling the immense weight of geological time contained within its very substance. He allowed his consciousness to expand, to merge with the silence, to become one with the vast, breathing entity of the canyon. In this state of profound stillness, he felt the energy of the perpetual fire drawing nearer, not as a physical sensation, but as a growing resonance within his own being. It was as if the fire was calling to a part of him that had been dormant, a spark within his own soul that was now awakening in response. The legend spoke of the fire as the unseen heart of the world, the source from which all life and consciousness flowed. To reach it was to touch the fundamental essence of existence, to understand the interconnectedness of all things. It was a knowledge that could not be taught, only realized. This realization was the true goal of his pilgrimage, the ultimate reward that lay beyond the arduous journey. The fire was not merely an object of discovery, but a state of being, a culmination of his quest for understanding. He opened his eyes, and in the deep, velvety darkness, he perceived a subtle shift in the luminescence of the stars, a faint, almost imperceptible glow that seemed to emanate from a point deeper within the canyon. It was not the sharp, distinct light of a terrestrial flame, but a diffuse, ethereal radiance, a soft, pulsing luminescence that seemed to emanate from the very soul of the earth. This was it. The legend was unfolding before his eyes, not as a sudden, dramatic event, but as a gradual, inevitable revelation. The anticipation, which had been a simmering undercurrent, now surged forward, a tide of profound awe and quiet certainty. He was approaching the heart of the mystery, the legendary site of the perpetual fire, and the transformation it promised was already beginning. The air itself crackled with a silent, potent energy, and he felt himself being drawn inexorably towards the source of this ancient, radiant power, towards the unveiling of a truth that had been whispered in the wind and etched in the stars for millennia. The journey had led him here, to the threshold of the eternal flame, a place where the ordinary ceased to exist and the profound truths of existence were laid bare. The legend of the perpetual fire was not merely about finding a source of light, it was about finding a source of understanding, a place where the veil between the seen and the unseen thinned to a whisper. The ancient stories, passed down through generations, painted a picture of a luminous core, a radiant heart that pulsed with the very essence of existence. It was said to be a fire that burned without consuming, a testament to the enduring power of creation itself. This was not a fire that could be extinguished by wind or water, for its fuel was not of this earthly realm. It was a fire forged in the crucible of cosmic energy, a beacon that illuminated the hidden truths of the universe, and more importantly, the hidden depths within the seeker's own soul. He felt the subtle shift in the atmosphere as he drew nearer, a palpable thickening of the air, a resonant hum that seemed to vibrate not in his ears, but directly within his bones. The starlight, which had been his sole guide, now seemed to dim in comparison to a new, dawning luminescence ahead. It was not a harsh or blinding light, but a gentle, inviting glow, soft yet profoundly potent. This was the signature of the perpetual fire, a light that promised not just visibility, but understanding. The legends whispered that those who approach this sacred site with a pure intention, a heart unburdened by worldly desires and ego, would find their inner landscape illuminated. Their doubts would be dispelled, their fears dissolved, and their true purpose revealed in the unwavering brilliance of the eternal flame. The mystique surrounding this legendary fire was immense. It was spoken of as a place of profound revelation, a nexus where the seeker could transcend the limitations of their mortal existence and touch the eternal. The stories were fragmented, often veiled in metaphor, but the underlying theme was consistent: transformation. To find the perpetual fire was to embark on a journey of self discovery, to confront the deepest truths of one's being, and to emerge, if worthy, irrevocably changed. It was a promise of awakening, a catalyst for spiritual growth that resonated with the deepest yearnings of the human spirit. He remembered a particular tale, a cryptic reference to the fire being a mirror to the soul's own luminescence. This implied that the fire was not an external entity to be merely observed, but an internal experience, a reflection of the seeker's own capacity to embrace light and truth. If one's spirit was clouded by darkness, by fear or doubt, the fire would remain hidden, or perhaps even manifest as a blinding, destructive force. But for those who approached with humility and a genuine quest for knowledge, it would reveal its radiant glory, illuminating not only the world around them, but the very essence of their own being. This understanding instilled in him a profound sense of caution and reverence as he continued his approach. The landscape itself seemed to conspire in the unfolding of this ancient legend. The very rocks appeared to hold their breath, their ancient forms sculpted by millennia of wind and time, now serving as silent witnesses to his approach. The subtle patterns etched into their surfaces, once enigmatic symbols, now seemed to coalesce, forming a celestial map that pointed towards the source of this growing radiance. He felt as though he was walking on consecrated ground, a path trodden by those who had sought this truth before him, their silent passage leaving an energetic imprint that guided him forward. The anticipation was not a nervous excitement, but a deep, resonant knowing. It was the feeling of a homing instinct, a recognition of a place that had always been a part of him, even before he knew it. The journey had been long, arduous, and solitary, but in these final moments, the solitude felt less like an absence and more like a profound communion. He was not alone. He was accompanied by the ancient energies of the land, the silent wisdom of the stars, and the growing promise of the perpetual fire itself. He continued to move forward, his senses heightened, his awareness expanded. The luminescence ahead seemed to pulse with a gentle rhythm, like a cosmic heartbeat. It was a light that did not demand attention, but invited contemplation. It was the promise of revelation, a beacon in the vast darkness of the unknown. The legend of the perpetual fire was not just a story, it was a destination, a truth waiting to be unveiled. And he was finally on the verge of discovering its radiant heart. The air grew warmer, not with the heat of combustion, but with a gentle, pervasive warmth that seemed to emanate from within the earth itself, a comforting embrace that spoke of ancient welcoming. This was the true nature of the perpetual fire, not a raging inferno, but a constant, serene glow, a testament to the enduring power of existence. The final ascent led him not to a towering peak, but to a subtle unfolding, a gentle emergence from the shadowed embrace of the canyon walls. He stepped through a natural archway, carved by time and the patient hand of the elements, into an alcove that seemed to breathe with a light of its own. The air here was different, softer, infused with a warmth that had no discernible source, a gentle embrace that whispered of ancient welcomes. It was a palpable energy, a silent hum that resonated not in his ears, but deep within the core of his being, a vibration that felt like recognition, like coming home. Before him, suspended in the center of this secluded sanctuary, was the object of his arduous pilgrimage, the perpetual fire. It was unlike any flame he had ever conceived. It did not roar or crackle, did not send tendrils of smoke curling into the unseen sky, nor did it require fuel from the earth's bounty. Instead, it burned with a soft, unwavering luminescence, an ethereal glow that seemed to emanate from the very heart of existence. The light was a gentle yet profound illumination, painting the rough-hewn stone of the alcove with a pearlescent sheen. It was a light that did not blind, but revealed, a soft radiance that invited contemplation rather than demanding awe. The flame itself was fluid, shifting in form with an almost sentient grace, yet it maintained a consistent inner brilliance, a testament to an energy that transcended the physical. It was the embodiment of the legends, the quiet miracle he had journeyed so far to witness. Standing there, bathed in its soft radiance, he felt a profound sense of arrival. The weariness of his journey, the long nights under the indifferent gaze of the stars, the arduous climbs, the moments of doubt, all seemed to dissolve in the presence of this ancient, silent flame. It was as if the very act of reaching this place had initiated a process of purification, stripping away the ephemeral concerns of his former life, leaving him open and receptive to the profound truth that lay before him. The air, already alive with subtle energy, seemed to thicken, becoming a medium for an unspoken dialogue between his soul and the heart of the eternal flame. He watched, captivated, as the light pulsed gently, a cosmic heartbeat echoing the rhythm of his own. Each subtle shift in its form was like a page turning in a vast, unspoken tome, revealing new depths of understanding. He saw in its unwavering glow a promise of constancy, a fundamental truth that endured beyond the transient nature of all earthly things. This was not merely a phenomenon to be observed, but an encounter to be experienced, a moment of profound connection that transcended the limitations of ordinary perception. The reverence that had guided him through the desolate landscapes now deepened into a quiet ecstasy, a surrender to the sheer, unadulterated beauty of this sacred manifestation. The silence in the alcove was not an absence of sound, but a fullness, a resonant stillness that amplified the internal experience. It was the quietude that precedes revelation, a sacred pause in the unfolding of cosmic time. He felt as though he had stepped outside the normal flow of existence into a pocket of eternity where the past and the future converged, held in the incandescent present of the perpetual fire. The legends had spoken of this fire as a fount of cosmic awareness, a nexus of primal forces, and in this moment, he understood. It was not just a light, it was a consciousness, a living embodiment of the universe's deepest wisdom. The warmth emanating from the flame was not the heat of combustion, but a gentle, pervasive radiance that seemed to penetrate to his very essence. It was a comforting warmth, one that dissolved the remnants of fear and doubt, leaving only a profound sense of peace and belonging. This was the true nature of the perpetual fire, not a force of destruction, but a gentle, nurturing presence that invited the seeker to awaken to their own inherent luminescence. He felt a stirring within him, a latent spark igniting in response to the ancient, unwavering light. His gaze, steady and unwavering, traced the contours of the flame, yet he perceived more than mere visual forms. He saw patterns, intricate geometries that hinted at the fundamental laws of the universe, woven into the very fabric of the light. It was a visual language speaking of interconnectedness, of a grand design that encompassed all creation. This was not knowledge acquired through study, but a direct, intuitive comprehension, a sudden illumination that bypassed the intellect and resonated with the deepest strata of his being. He felt a profound sense of gratitude for the journey, for the trials that had refined his spirit, for the solitude that had allowed him to attune to the subtler energies of the world. Each step, each hardship had been a preparation, a necessary crucible through which he had passed to arrive at this sacred threshold. The legends had promised transformation, an awakening to a vaster reality, and as he stood in the presence of the perpetual fire, he knew that the metamorphosis had already begun. The flame was not merely a destination, it was the catalyst, the ultimate illuminator of the soul's own hidden brilliance. The air itself seemed to hum with the magnitude of this moment, a silent symphony of cosmic alignment, and he, the solitary seeker, was at its resonant center, bathed in the unending light of the perpetual flame. The journey had ended, yet in this luminous presence, he understood that a new journey, one of deeper understanding and profound connection, was just beginning. The flame, a silent sentinel of ages, offered its unwavering gaze, a promise of truths yet to be unveiled in its eternal, incandescent embrace. He felt no urge to speak, no need to articulate the profound shift occurring within him. The language of this sacred space was one of pure being, of silent communion, and he surrendered to its eloquent grace. The delicate dance of the flame, a slow, mesmerizing ballet of light, continued its silent performance. It was a spectrum of luminescence he had never witnessed before, hues that seemed to exist beyond the visible range, subtle shifts in intensity that spoke of an inner vitality. He noticed how the light seemed to cling to the rough surfaces of the rock, not as a reflection, but as an inherent quality of the space itself, as if the very stone absorbed and re-emitted the flame's ancient energy. This interaction between the light and its surroundings created an aura of profound serenity, a tangible sense of peace that settled deep within his chest, easing any lingering tension or apprehension. The warmth, too, seemed to possess a unique quality. It was not the aggressive heat of a terrestrial fire, but a gentle, pervasive embrace that felt like the touch of the earth's own lifeblood, a soothing balm to his weary spirit. As he stood transfixed, a subtle awareness began to dawn within him. The flame, while singular in its presence, seemed to possess a multitude of facets, each reflecting a different aspect of its profound nature. He perceived, with a clarity that bypassed conventional sight, that the fire was not a static entity, but a dynamic, ever evolving expression of pure energy. It was as if the legends, which had spoken of the fire's ability to adapt to the seeker, were manifesting in that very moment. For him, it presented itself as a beacon of absolute truth, a gentle but insistent call to shed all pretense and embrace the unvarnished reality of his own being. The journey had been a series of deciphered signs, of whispered intimations and celestial guidance, all leading to this singular point of revelation. Now, at the heart of the mystery, the fragmented whispers coalesced into a profound, resonant knowing. The perpetual fire was more than just a light, it was a mirror, reflecting not only the external world, but, more importantly, the inner landscape of the observer. It was a test, a gentle invitation to confront the shadows within, to embrace the inherent luminescence of the soul. In its unwavering glow, he saw the distillation of all that was pure and eternal, a cosmic stillness that held the promise of ultimate understanding. He remained in this state of quiet contemplation, allowing the energy of the flame to permeate his being. There was no thought of action, no desire to approach or to touch. The encounter was one of pure presence, of a silent communion that transcended the need for physical interaction. He was simply there, a willing recipient of the ancient wisdom that flowed from this sacred source. The silence of the alcove, punctuated only by the almost imperceptible hum of the flame's energy, became a sanctuary for his soul, a space where the cacophony of the external world faded into insignificance, replaced by the profound clarity of inner awareness. The legend had spoken of guardians, of ancient spirits who watched over this sacred site. He felt their presence, not as a tangible form, but as a subtle shift in the energy of the space, a quiet acknowledgement of his arrival. They were not watchers in a judgmental sense, but presences that confirmed the sanctity of the place, guardians of the ancient truths held within the perpetual flame. Their silent company added another layer of reverence to the experience, a confirmation that he was not merely an intruder, but a welcome guest, invited to partake in the profound mysteries of this hallowed ground. In the soft, unwavering light, the passage of time seemed to lose its significance. Minutes could have been hours, or perhaps only moments. The external markers of existence had faded, replaced by an internal clock, attuned to the rhythmic pulse of the eternal flame. This detachment from the conventional passage of time was itself a form of liberation, a shedding of the constraints that bound him to the mundane world. He was immersed in the timeless, a guest at the heart of eternity. He noticed, with a nascent understanding, that the flame did not cast shadows in the traditional sense. Instead, its luminescence seemed to wrap around the very forms it illuminated, softening edges, revealing subtle textures, and imbuing the entire alcove with a cohesive, radiant glow. It was a light that unified, that brought all elements into harmonious communion rather than dividing them into light and dark. This characteristic further underscored the profound difference between the perpetual fire and any earthly flame, highlighting its transcendental nature. The initial awe had settled into a deep, abiding peace. He felt a profound sense of completion, not in the sense of having achieved an end, but in the sense of having arrived at a point of profound understanding. The quest had been arduous, the path strewn with challenges, but the reward was immeasurable. To witness the perpetual fire was to witness the enduring spirit of creation, to touch the very essence of existence. He was no longer just a seeker, he was a participant, connected to the ancient energies that flowed through this sacred space, a part of the grand, unfolding tapestry of the universe. The flame, a silent testament to the enduring power of light and truth, continued its luminous vigil, and in its steady glow, he found not an end, but a beginning, a profound awakening to the infinite possibilities that lay dormant, waiting to be ignited. The stillness within him mirrored the stillness of the flame, a perfect harmony born of reverence and the profound beauty of a truth finally unveiled. The warmth that emanated from the perpetual flame was not a mere physical sensation, it was an invitation, a gentle beckoning into a state of deeper awareness. As no voice settled onto the cool, smooth stone of the alcove, allowing the soft luminescence to wash over him, he felt a resonance begin deep within his being. It wasn't a sound, not in the conventional sense, but a vibratory hum that seemed to align itself with his own nascent internal rhythm. This resonance wasn't a passive experience, it actively engaged him, drawing him further into the heart of the sanctuary. It felt like a conversation without words, a direct communication that bypassed the need for articulated thought, flowing instead through the channels of pure sensation and intuitive understanding. As this internal resonance deepened, the edges of his perception began to shimmer, fleeting images, like phantoms glimpsed from the corner of the eye, started to flicker at the periphery of his consciousness. They were indistinct at first, mere suggestions of form and movement, like shadows cast by a light that had not yet fully bloomed. These were not his own memories, nor were they conjured thoughts. They felt like echoes, residual impressions imprinted upon the very fabric of this sacred space by the passage of countless ages. The perpetual flame, it seemed, was not only a source of light and warmth, but also a conduit, a catalyst that could stir the latent histories held captive within the ancient stones. One of the first impressions to coalesce was that of movement, not the rapid, energetic motion of living creatures, but a slow, deliberate flow, like water carving its path through solid rock over millennia. He perceived a sense of immense time unfolding, not in linear progression, but as a vast, interconnected tapestry. He saw what felt like the slow shift of tectonic plates, the almost imperceptible erosion of mountains, the patient work of wind and rain shaping the very canyon he had traversed. These were not grand, dramatic events, but the quiet, fundamental forces that sculpted the world, their presence palpable through the gentle evocations of the flame. Then the impressions began to gain a more specific, though still ethereal, quality. He saw glimpses of forms that hinted at sentience, not as solid, defined beings, but as concentrations of energy, as shimmering outlines against the backdrop of the flame's soft glow. They were beings of light and intention, their movements graceful and deliberate, as if engaged in tasks of profound significance. He couldn't discern their features, nor could he grasp the specifics of their actions, but he felt their presence as a deep, underlying current in the history of this place. There was a sense of purpose, of stewardship, as if these beings were intrinsically connected to the perpetual flame, guardians or perhaps even creators of its enduring brilliance. The flame itself seemed to become more active in its communication, its luminescence subtly shifting in intensity and hue. It was as if the fire were breathing, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that mirrored the nascent pulse within him. With each gentle ebb and flow, new impressions surfaced. He saw visions of primitive rituals, of figures gathered around the nascent glow of the flame, their forms indistinct, their gestures imbued with a reverence that transcended understanding. These were not scenes of struggle or conflict, but of communion, of a deep seated connection to the life giving energy that the flame represented. The psychic impressions were subtle, yet insistent. He felt the weight of ancient knowledge, not in the form of facts or theories, but as a deep, intuitive knowing. It was a sense of the interconnectedness of all things, of the fundamental unity that underpinned the apparent diversity of creation. He perceived, through these ephemeral visions, that the canyon itself was not merely a geological formation, but a living entity imbued with a spirit and a history that stretched back into the mists of time. The perpetual flame was its heart, its animating force, a constant reminder of the enduring power of creation. He observed how the light interacted with the very substance of the alcove, seeming to reveal hidden dimensions within the rock. Veins of minerals, previously unseen, now glowed with an inner light, their patterns intricate and symbolic. The rough-hewn surfaces seemed to absorb and re-emit the flame's radiance, transforming the physical space into a canvas of shimmering possibility. It was as if the fire were not just illuminating the present, but also drawing forth the latent light that lay dormant within the ancient stone, a testament to the inherent brilliance of all matter when touched by the right kind of energy. The impressions continued to unfold, each one building upon the last, weaving a narrative that was both intensely personal and universally resonant. He saw glimpses of a time when the canyon was perhaps teeming with a different kind of life, a life that moved in harmony with the elemental forces, attuned to the subtle energies that flowed through the earth. These were not mere historical footnotes, they were living echoes, vibrant testaments to the enduring spirit of the land. The flame acted as a key, unlocking these ancient memories, allowing them to surface and inform his present experience. There were moments when the impressions became almost overwhelming in their intensity, a rush of sensory and emotional data that threatened to dissolve his own sense of self. But the flame, with its unwavering, gentle radiance, acted as an anchor, a steady presence that guided him through the torrent of historical echoes. It was as if the fire were saying, "Observe, but do not be consumed. Learn, but do not be lost." The warmth, always present, seemed to solidify his connection to the physical world, even as his consciousness delved into these subtler realms of experience. He began to perceive patterns in the flickering images, recurring symbols and forms that hinted at a deeper language. There were spirals, circles, and geometric shapes that seemed to resonate with an inherent order, a cosmic blueprint that was being revealed to him through the agency of the flame. These were not abstract concepts. They felt like direct transmissions of knowledge, ancient truths encoded in the very energy of the universe. The fire was not merely showing him the past, it was revealing the fundamental principle that governed existence itself. As he continued to absorb these subtle whispers of history, no voice felt a profound shift occurring within him. The weariness of his journey began to recede, replaced by a growing sense of clarity and purpose. The cacophony of the external world, the anxieties and distractions of his former life seemed to fade into an irrelevant hum, drowned out by the resonant symphony of the ancient flame. He was being stripped of the extraneous, the superficial, and in its place, a deeper, more authentic self was beginning to emerge, nurtured by the gentle, transformative power of the perpetual fire. The impressions were like gentle waves lapping at the shore of his awareness, each one carrying a fragment of the canyon story. He saw glimpses of the star patterns as they would have appeared in ages past, the celestial bodies wheeling in the heavens with a magnificence unmarred by the passage of time. He felt the subtle shifts in the Earth's magnetic fields, the ebb and flow of telluric currents that sustained the life of this ancient place. All of it, the terrestrial and the celestial, the tangible and the intangible, seemed to converge within the luminous embrace of the perpetual flame. There was a particular impression that recurred with greater frequency, the sense of a benevolent presence, a quiet watchfulness that permeated the alcove. It wasn't a physical entity, but a field of awareness, a gentle consciousness that acknowledged his presence and offered a silent welcome. This presence felt intrinsically linked to the flame, perhaps a part of its very essence, or perhaps ancient guardians who had been drawn to its perpetual brilliance. Their unspoken acceptance deepened his sense of belonging. reinforcing the feeling that he was not an intruder, but a welcomed participant in something far grander than he could have ever imagined. He realized, with a growing sense of wonder, that the fire was not a singular phenomenon, but a multifaceted manifestation of energy. It was a mirror, reflecting not only the history of the canyon, but also the potential that lay dormant within himself. The flickering images were not just external memories, they were also subtle prompts, invitations to explore the depths of his own being, to awaken the latent sparks of wisdom and power that resided within his own soul. The flame was a guide, pointing the way towards a more profound understanding of himself and his place in the grand cosmic design. The gentle resonance continued to deepen, becoming a palpable force that seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of his being. He felt a profound sense of interconnectedness, not just with the history of the canyon, but with all of existence. The boundaries between himself and the world around him began to blur, replaced by a seamless awareness of unity. The perpetual flame was the embodiment of this unity, its unwavering light a constant reminder that all things are ultimately connected, all part of a single, luminous whole. The subtle whispers of the past continued to unfold, each one a delicate thread in the tapestry of revelation. He saw the slow, deliberate growth of ancient trees, their roots reaching deep into the earth, drawing sustenance from its hidden currents. He felt the silent communion between the flora and fauna of the canyon, a complex web of interdependence that spoke of a profound ecological wisdom. These were not just fleeting images, they were infused with a sense of living memory, a vibrant testament to the enduring power of life in all its myriad forms. The experience was not one of passive observation, it was an active participation. The flame seemed to respond to his own inner state, its luminescence intensifying when he felt a surge of understanding, softening when a moment of uncertainty arose. It was a dialogue of light and consciousness, a subtle exchange that guided him deeper into the mysteries of the alcove. He learned that the perpetual flame was not merely a passive witness to time, but an active participant in its unfolding, a catalyst that brought forth the hidden truths of existence. The impressions began to coalesce into a more coherent narrative, not one of linear events, but of recurring themes and cyclical patterns. He sensed the ebb and flow of elemental energies, the interplay of forces that shaped and reshaped the land over eons. He perceived the rise and fall of ancient cycles of life, the birth and decay of ecosystems, all occurring under the silent, unwavering gaze of the perpetual flame. It was a vision of cosmic rhythm, a testament to the eternal dance of creation and dissolution. He felt the warmth of the flame penetrate deeper, reaching into the very core of his being. It was a cleansing warmth, a gentle unmaking of old patterns and ingrained limitations. As the impressions continued to surface, they seemed to illuminate aspects of his own past that he had long forgotten, or perhaps never truly understood. These were not necessarily painful memories, but rather forgotten fragments, pieces of himself that had been scattered by the currents of time and experience. The flame was gathering them, bringing them back into the light, facilitating a process of integration and wholeness. The psychic echoes grew stronger, more distinct. He perceived a sense of ancient reverence for the flame, not as a deity to be worshipped, but as a source of primal wisdom, a connection to the very essence of existence. He felt the echoes of rituals, of ceremonies performed by beings who understood the profound significance of this luminous heart. Their intentions were not mere superstition, but a deep, intuitive understanding of the forces that governed the cosmos. The flame was not just a phenomenon, it was a focal point for cosmic energy, a nexus where the material and spiritual realms converged. As he settled deeper into the embrace of the flame, the initial indistinct images began to sharpen, revealing glimpses of a more detailed past. He saw figures moving with a fluid grace, their forms shimmering with an inner light that mirrored the perpetual flame. Their movements were purposeful, their interactions imbued with a deep sense of connection. He could not grasp the specifics of their language or their deeds, but he felt the intention behind them, a profound respect for the flame and a deep understanding of its role in the cosmic order. The flame's resonance within him continued to build, a gentle crescendo that promised further revelation. He felt a stirring of ancient memories, not his own, but those of the land itself, brought forth by the fire's potent influence. It was as if the very stones of the alcove were whispering secrets, their silent narrative unfolding through the ethereal dance of the luminescence. He was a receiver, a conduit, open to the profound wisdom that had been preserved for millennia. The journey had brought him to this point, and now, in the quiet heart of the sanctuary, the true unfolding of its secrets had begun. The fire's first whispers were not just of the past, but of a deeper, more fundamental truth that resonated with the very essence of his being. The perpetual flame, now a resonant core within his being, pulsed with a cadence that echoed not just the canyon's geological history, but the far more intricate, ephemeral echoes of life that had once animated its stark beauty. The initial impressions, once like distant starlight, now coalesced into constellations of memory, each point of light a distinct narrative thread drawn from the collective consciousness of this ancient place. No voice found himself adrift, not in a void, but in a vibrant tapestry woven from the lives of those who had come before, their triumphs and sorrows, their simple daily existence, all laid bare under the unwavering gaze of the eternal fire. The spectral visions began to clarify, no longer mere wisps of energy, but detailed vignettes imbued with a palpable sense of presence. He saw figures, not as the ethereal outlines he had first perceived, but as beings with distinct forms, though still rendered in the soft, luminous palette of the flame's light. They were humans, it seemed, though their attire and bearing spoke of an era so distant as to be almost alien. They moved with a deliberateness that suggested a deep attunement to their surroundings, their faces etched with the quiet resilience of those who lived in close communion with the earth. He witnessed them moving through the canyon, their feet finding sure purchase on the very stones that now supported him, their voices, though silent in their spectral manifestation, conveying a sense of purpose and belonging. One recurring vision depicted a group of them gathered around a nascent fire, a precursor, perhaps, to the eternal flame he now communed with. They were carving symbols into the canyon walls, their movements precise, almost ritualistic. These were not mere markings, they were stories etched in stone, celestial alignments, prayers for sustenance and protection. No voice could feel the earnestness of their intent, the deep-seated belief that these carvings would serve as a bridge to something greater, a connection to the forces that governed their world. He saw one figure, a woman with hair braided with dried grasses, carefully tracing a spiral, her brow furrowed in concentration. As her finger completed the final turn, a subtle wave of energy seemed to ripple outwards, a silent affirmation of her connection to the land. The sensory details of these visions were astonishingly vivid, surpassing anything his physical senses had ever relayed. He could almost feel the rough texture of the stone under their hands, the cool caress of the canyon breeze as it stirred their simple tunics. The scent of wood smoke mingled with the dry, earthy fragrance of the surrounding scrub. The flame acted as a sensory amplifier, transmuting these latent impressions into a near physical experience. He felt a pang of kinship with these long departed souls, a recognition of the shared human experience of seeking meaning and connection in the face of the vast, indifferent universe. He witnessed scenes of daily life, families tending to small, hardy crops in terraced plots carved into the less sheer sections of the canyon, children chasing swift moving lizards, elders sharing stories around the hearth, their faces illuminated by the flickering light. There were moments of joy, laughter echoing through the stone corridors, and moments of sorrow, quiet grief, shared under the vast, indifferent skies. He saw the struggle for survival, the careful rationing of water, the constant vigilance against the elements. Yet it was all imbued with a spirit of resilience and a profound respect for the natural world. They understood the rhythms of the seasons, the language of the winds, the subtle signs that foretold the coming of rain or the bite of frost. The canyon itself was a living entity to them, a source of sustenance, a sanctuary, and a sacred space. They saw the water that trickled down the rock faces not just as a life-giving fluid, but as the tears of the earth, a sacred offering. The sheer cliffs were not obstacles, but protective walls, guardians of their community. Even the harsh sunlight, which would have bleached and parched other lands, was a benevolent force here, a divine blessing that encouraged life to persist against all odds. No voice felt their reverence, a deep, ingrained respect for the forces that sustained them, a stark contrast to the often indifferent relationship modern societies held with the natural world. He saw instances of conflict too, though they were not the brutal, large scale wars that had plagued later eras. These were localized disputes, brief skirmishes over scarce resources, resolved with a swiftness that spoke of a pragmatic understanding of the need for communal harmony. Even in these moments of tension, there was a palpable underlying desire for peace, a recognition that their collective survival depended on cooperation. The flame seemed to cast a softening glow over these events, allowing no voice to see the underlying human motivations rather than just the outward actions. The clarity of these visions was not always consistent. Sometimes the figures would blur, their actions becoming indistinct, as if their memories had faded or been fragmented by the passage of countless years. At other times, the entire scene would dissolve, replaced by a brief, intense flash of emotion, a surge of hope, a wave of despair, a moment of profound peace. It was as if the flame were not just replaying events, but also accessing the emotional residue left behind, the psychic imprints of lived experience. This emotional resonance was perhaps the most profound aspect of the communion, allowing no voice to connect with the very heart of these ancient lives. He witnessed a particular scene with unusual clarity. A young woman standing on a ledge high above the canyon floor, her arms outstretched towards the setting sun. The light caught her hair, turning it into a halo of fire, and in that moment she seemed to merge with the very essence of the canyon, her spirit soaring with the eagles that wheeled in the vast expanse. He felt her longing, her yearning for something beyond the confines of her earthly existence. And as the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon, she simply faded, not with a sense of loss, but of transcendence, of returning to the elemental forces that had given her life. It was a moment of profound beauty and sorrow, a testament to the fleeting nature of individual existence against the backdrop of eternal cycles. The carvings on the canyon walls, the very signs that had drawn him to this place, began to reveal their deeper meanings through these spectral visions. He saw the hands that had meticulously etched them, felt the intent behind each stroke. They were not merely decorative, they were a language, a sophisticated system of communication that encoded astronomical data, tribal histories, and spiritual beliefs. He saw how the carvings corresponded with celestial events, how the light of the sun and moon would illuminate specific symbols at certain times of the year, creating a living calendar and a sacred map of their world. The flame, in its unfaltering brilliance, illuminated these connections, drawing a luminous thread between the ancient script and the cosmos. He perceived the cyclical nature of their lives, the way generations followed one another, each building upon the knowledge and traditions of their predecessors. There were periods of great prosperity, when the rains were plentiful and the harvests abundant, and periods of hardship, when the canyon seemed to hold its breath, withholding its bounty. Through it all, the flame, or the primal energy it represented, remained constant, a silent witness and a source of enduring hope. The reverence for this energy was palpable, a thread that ran through every aspect of their existence, from the mundane tasks of survival to the most sacred rituals. The collective memory was a vast and intricate ocean, and the perpetual flame was the moon that drew forth its tides. No voice felt himself being immersed, cleansed of his own preconceptions and biases, allowing the pure essence of these ancient lives to wash over him. He understood that these were not just stories of the past, but living energies, echoes that continued to resonate, influencing the present in ways unseen and unacknowledged. The canyon was not merely a geological formation, it was a living archive, a repository of human experience, and the flame was its perpetual curator. He felt the subtle shift in the very atmosphere of the alcove as these memories coalesced. The air seemed to thicken with an almost tangible presence, the luminescence of the flame deepening, becoming richer, more vibrant. It was as if the collective spirit of those who had lived and died in this canyon were manifesting, drawn forth by the resonant frequencies of the eternal fire. He was not merely observing, he was participating in a grand communion, a dialogue across millennia, mediated by the silent, radiant power of the flame. The whispers of the past had become a chorus, and he was privileged to hear their song. He could feel the subtle vibrations of their emotions, the quiet joy of a successful hunt, the profound peace of a night spent under a sky ablaze with stars, the communal warmth of shared meals, and the solemnity of farewells. Each emotion, each memory, added a layer of richness and depth to the tapestry, weaving a more complete understanding of the human spirit. The fire was not just a source of light, it was a conduit, a bridge that spanned the chasm of time, connecting him to the very essence of humanity. The perpetual flame, a beacon of ages, pulsed with a rhythm that resonated not merely with the geological symphony of the canyon, but with the far more intricate, ephemeral echoes of lives that had once animated its stark beauty. No voice found himself not adrift in a void, but within a vibrant tapestry woven from the collective consciousness of this ancient place. The spectral visions, once faint starlight, now coalesced into constellations of memory, each a narrative thread drawn from the lives of those who had come before, their triumphs, sorrows, and simple daily existence laid bare under the unwavering gaze of the eternal fire. These visions clarified, transforming from mere wisps of energy into detailed vignettes, imbued with a palpable sense of presence. Figures, once ethereal outlines, now possessed distinct forms, though rendered in the soft, luminous palette of the flame's light. They were humans, yet their attire and bearing hinted at an era so distant as to be almost alien. They moved with a deliberate grace, deeply attuned to their surroundings, their faces etched with the quiet resilience of those who lived in close communion with the earth. He watched them traverse the canyon, their feet finding sure purchase on the very stones that now supported him, their silent voices conveying purpose and belonging. A recurring vision depicted a group gathered around a nascent fire, a precursor, perhaps, to the eternal flame he now communed with. They were carving symbols into the canyon walls, their movements precise, almost ritualistic. These were not mere markings, but stories etched in stone, celestial alignments, prayers for sustenance and protection. No voice felt the earnestness of their intent, their deep seated belief that these carvings would serve as a bridge to something greater, a connection to the governing forces of their world. He witnessed a woman, her hair braided with dried grasses, meticulously tracing a spiral, her brow furrowed in concentration. As her finger completed the final turn, a subtle wave of energy rippled outwards, a silent affirmation of her connection to the land. The sensory details of these visions were astonishingly vivid, surpassing anything his physical senses had ever conveyed. He could almost feel the rough texture of the stone under their hands, the cool caress of the canyon breeze stirring their simple tunics, the scent of wood smoke mingling with the dry, earthy fragrance of the surrounding scrub. The flame acted as a sensory amplifier, transmuting latent impressions into a near physical experience. A pang of kinship stirred within him, a recognition of the shared human experience of seeking meaning and connection amidst the vast, indifferent universe. He observed scenes of daily life, families tending hardy crops in terraced plots carved into the canyon's less sheer sections, children chasing swift lizards, elders sharing stories around hearths, their faces illuminated by flickering light. Laughter echoed through stone corridors during moments of joy, and quiet grief was shared under the vast sky during times of sorrow. He saw the struggle for survival, the careful rationing of water, the constant vigilance against the elements. Yet it was all imbued with a spirit of resilience and profound respect for the natural world. They understood the rhythms of seasons, the language of winds, the subtle signs that foretold rain or frost. To them, the canyon was a living entity, a source of sustenance, a sanctuary, and a sacred space. The water trickling down rock faces was not merely a life giving fluid, but the tears of the earth, a sacred offering. The sheer cliffs were not obstacles, but protective walls, guardians of their community. Even the harsh sunlight, a bleaching, parching force elsewhere, was benevolent here, a divine blessing, encouraging life to persist against all odds. No voice felt their reverence, a deep, ingrained respect for the forces that sustained them, a stark contrast to the often indifferent relationship modern societies held with nature. Instances of conflict, though not the large scale wars of later eras, also appeared. These were localized disputes, brief skirmishes over scarce resources, resolved with a pragmatism that underscored the need for communal harmony. Even in these tense moments, a palpable desire for peace persisted, a recognition that collective survival hinged on cooperation. The flame seemed to cast a softening glow, allowing no voice to perceive the underlying human motivations rather than merely the outward actions. The clarity of these visions fluctuated. Sometimes figures blurred, their actions indistinct, as if memories had faded or fragmented over millennia. At other times, scenes dissolved into brief, intense flashes of emotion, a surge of hope, a wave of despair, a moment of profound peace. It was as if the flame accessed not just events, but the emotional residue, the psychic imprints of lived experience. This emotional resonance proved the most profound aspect of the communion, allowing no voice to connect with the very heart of these ancient lives. One particular scene unfolded with unusual clarity. A young woman standing on a high ledge, arms outstretched towards the setting sun. Light caught her hair, turning it into a halo of fire, and for a moment she seemed to merge with the canyon's essence, her spirit soaring with the circling eagles. He felt her longing, her yearning for something beyond earthly confines. As the last sunbeams dipped below the horizon, she simply faded, not with loss, but with transcendence, returning to the elemental forces that birthed her. It was a moment of exquisite beauty and sorrow, a testament to the fleeting nature of individual existence against the backdrop of eternal cycles. The carvings on the canyon walls, the very glyphs that had drawn him here, began to reveal their deeper meanings through these spectral visions. He saw the hands that meticulously etched them, felt the intent behind each stroke. They were not merely decorative, but a language, a sophisticated system encoding astronomical data, tribal histories, and spiritual beliefs. He witnessed how the carvings corresponded with celestial events, how sunlight and moonlight illuminated specific symbols at precise times, creating a living calendar and a sacred map of their world. The flame, in its unwavering brilliance, illuminated these connections, drawing a luminous thread between the ancient script and the cosmos. He perceived the cyclical nature of their lives, how generations followed, each building upon the knowledge and traditions of their predecessors. There were periods of great prosperity, marked by plentiful rains and abundant harvests, and periods of hardship when the canyon seemed to withhold its bounty. Through it all, the flame, or the primal energy it represented, remained constant, a silent witness and a source of enduring hope. The reverence for this energy permeated every aspect of their existence, from mundane survival tasks to the most sacred rituals. The collective memory was a vast, intricate ocean, and the perpetual flame, the moon drawing forth its tides. No voice felt himself being immersed. His own preconceptions and biases washed away, allowing the pure essence of these ancient lives to flow over him. He understood these were not merely past stories, but living energies, echoes that continued to resonate, subtly influencing the present. The canyon was more than geology. It was a living archive, a repository of human experience, and the flame, its perpetual curator. He felt a subtle shift in the alcove's atmosphere as these memories coalesced. The air thickened with an almost tangible presence, the flame's luminescence deepening, becoming richer, more vibrant. It was as if the collective spirit of those who had lived and died here manifested, drawn by the resonant frequencies of the eternal fire. He was not merely observing, he was participating in a grand communion, a dialogue across millennia, mediated by the silent, radiant power of the flame. The whispers of the past had become a chorus, and he was privileged to hear their song. He felt the subtle vibrations of their emotions, the quiet joy of a successful hunt, the profound peace of a star-filled night, the communal warmth of shared meals, the solemnity of farewells. Each emotion, each memory added richness and depth to the tapestry, weaving a more complete understanding of the human spirit. The fire was not just light, it was a conduit, a bridge spanning time's chasm, connecting him to humanity's very essence. Then the perspective shifted, moving beyond individual lives to the consciousness of the canyon itself. It wasn't merely a stage upon which human dramas unfolded, but a silent, enduring participant. No voice perceived the bedrock beneath him, not as inert stone, but as a vast consciousness, slow and deep, absorbing the tremors of generations. He felt the granite formations, sculpted by wind and water over epochs, as repositories of imprinted moments. The smooth, water-worn surfaces of the canyon walls held the faint, almost imperceptible impressions of countless hands that had touched them, each touch a fleeting whisper of existence. The very dust motes dancing in the firelight seemed to carry the microscopic remnants of shed skin, of breath exhaled, of prayers uttered, all suspended in the eternal present. The silence of the canyon, once perceived as an absence of sound, now revealed itself as a profound fullness. It was a silence pregnant with memory, a resonant void that amplified the faintest echoes of the past. He could almost hear the slow grinding of tectonic plates, the ancient groans of rock settling under immense pressure, the patient work of erosion that carved the very channels through which life had flowed and ebbed. These geological processes, vast and indifferent to the ephemeral concerns of humankind, were themselves a form of memory, a deep chronicle of the planet's ceaseless transformation. He realized that the inanimate world did not simply witness these events, it actively absorbed them. The canyon was not a passive backdrop, but an active participant in the preservation of time. Each footprint pressed into the dust, each seed dropped and nurtured, each tear shed upon the stone contributed to a cumulative imprint. The rock, in its dense, unyielding nature, acted as a form of geological memory, retaining the energetic signatures of all that had transpired upon and within it. The perpetual flame, by drawing forth these spectral visions, was, in essence, illuminating this inherent capacity of the land to remember. No voice began to understand that the carvings were not merely symbols, but anchors for these imprints. The act of carving was an intentional imprinting, a deliberate act of imbuing the stone with meaning and memory. The artists, in shaping the rock, were not just creating art, they were forging connections, embedding their consciousness and their understanding of the world into the very fabric of the canyon. He saw how the patterns of erosion over centuries might soften the edges of these carvings, yet the underlying energy, the imprinted intent, remained. It was as if the stone itself remembered the sculptor's touch, the passion and reverence behind each stroke. He perceived the canyon's relationship with water as a continuous act of remembering, the water that trickled down the cliffs, seeping into the porous rock, carried with it the dissolved essence of ancient organic matter, of countless seasons of growth and decay. It was a liquid memory flowing through the veins of the earth, nourishing new life, while carrying the whispers of the old. The pools that collected in sheltered hollows were miniature archives, reflecting the sky and the surrounding rock, holding within their depths the subtle energetic imprints of all that had passed them by. The wind, too, was a conduit of memory. It whispered through crevices, carrying the scent of ancient flora, the fine grit of eroded rock, and no voice sensed the imponderable traces of sound, voices, laughter, cries that had once filled the air. The wind acted as a constant, gentle sculptor of the landscape, but also as a carrier, redistributing the dispersed memories of the canyon, mingling them and weaving them into new patterns. He observed how the play of light and shadow across the canyon walls created ephemeral patterns that mirrored the shifting memories. At dawn, long ethereal shadows stretched like fingers, touching forgotten alcoves. At midday, the harsh sun bleached the rock, but in doing so, it seemed to bake in the impressions, making them more permanent. At sunset, the warm, oblique light painted the surfaces in hues of ochre and russet, lending a retrospective glow to the canyon's history, as if the stone itself were reminiscing. The very stillness of the canyon was a testament to its capacity for retention. It was not a passive stillness, but an active absorption. The immense pressure of the earth, the slow, inexorable march of geological time, the countless cycles of heat and cold, wet and dry, all contributed to a profound, inherent memory within the matter itself. No voice felt this immense, slow consciousness surrounding him, a deep, resonant awareness that had witnessed the rise and fall of mountains, the slow shaping of the valleys, and the brief, vibrant flicker of human life. He began to understand that the memories he was perceiving were not solely the energetic imprints of conscious beings, they were also the inherent memories of the physical world, the crystalline structure of the rock, the molecular arrangement of the soil, the enduring patterns of water flow and wind erosion. These physical memories provided the fundamental substrate upon which the more ephemeral traces of life were laid. Without the enduring memory of the stone, the whispers of the past would have no medium to hold them. The canyon, in its entirety, was a testament to the persistence of presence. Even in the absence of living beings, the imprints remained, waiting for the right conditions to be perceived. The perpetual flame, by providing that catalytic energy and focus, was unlocking these ancient records, revealing the profound interconnectedness between all things that had ever existed within its embrace. The inanimate world was not inert. It was a vast, silent library, and the flame was the key that allowed no voice to read its timeless pages. The sheer weight of this understanding settled upon him, a profound awareness of the deep, enduring memory held within the heart of the earth. The spectral shimmer around no voice intensified, not with the grand pronouncements of leaders or the pronouncements of lore keepers, but with the intimate, often overlooked details of ordinary lives. He found himself privy to the unwritten narratives, the countless moments that formed the true bedrock of existence, yet were so easily erased by the passage of time. The eternal flame, acting as an unparalleled lens, brought into sharp relief the significance of lives that left no tangible mark upon the world, lives that existed in the quiet spaces between the grand events of history. He witnessed a woman, her hands calloused and stained with earth, meticulously tending a small patch of hardy, drought resistant grain. Her movements were economical, born of years of practice and a deep understanding of the fragile ecosystem she depended upon. There was no fanfare, no audience, only the silent dedication to coaxing sustenance from the unforgiving soil. As she carefully weeded, her brow furrowed, not in frustration, but in a quiet contemplation of the earth's resilience. A slight smile touched her lips as she uncovered a plump grub, a momentary personal victory in the constant struggle for survival. This simple act, the tending of life, felt as profound to no voice as any epic poem. He felt the woman's weariness, the ache in her bones from long hours under the sun, yet also a deep satisfaction, a sense of purpose rooted in the fundamental act of providing. He saw her share a portion of her meager harvest with an elderly neighbor, a silent gesture of communal responsibility that spoke volumes more than any spoken oath. The flame illuminated the subtle strength in her hands, the gentle curve of her spine as she knelt, the quiet dignity with which she carried out her daily tasks. These were the lives that rarely made it into the grand narratives, the silent contributors whose existence made the continuation of their people possible. Then the focus shifted to a solitary figure, a young man perched on an outcropping, his gaze fixed on the distant, star-dusted sky. He held a crudely fashioned flute, its surface smoothed by his touch. For a long moment, he simply observed, a silent communion with the cosmos. Then, tentatively, he raised the instrument to his lips. The melody that emerged was not complex or virtuosic, but hauntingly simple, a plaintive expression of longing and awe. It was a song of the night, of the immensity of the universe, and the smallness of his own place within it. No voice felt the young man's introspection, the yearning for understanding that drove him to seek solace and inspiration in the celestial dome. He saw the way the starlight glinted off the polished wood of the flute, the subtle tremor in the man's fingers as he played, each note a fragile thread spun into the vast silence. This was a moment of pure, unadulterated personal experience, a solitary conversation with the infinite, a testament to the innate human drive to connect with something greater than oneself. There were no words, no audience, only the raw, unvarnished expression of a soul reaching out into the darkness. He observed the quiet routines of domestic life. A woman painstakingly mending a torn tunic, her needle a flash of light in the dim alcove, her movements practiced and efficient. The child beside her, not idly observing, but carefully tracing the stitches with a small chubby finger, absorbing the subtle art through osmosis. This was the passing down of knowledge, not through formal instruction, but through shared presence and patient demonstration. No voice felt the warmth of the shared space, the unspoken bond between mother and child, the quiet hum of domestic continuity. He saw the care taken in the mending, a reflection of the value placed on each garment, on the preservation of the essential. It spoke of a world where resources were precious and waste was an unafforded luxury. The flame seemed to imbue the act of mending with a sacred quality, transforming a mundane task into a ritual of continuity and care. He witnessed moments of solitary joy, a fisherman, his face weathered by sun and wind, pulling a wriggling silver fish from a deep pool within the canyon. A rare, wide grin split his face, a pure expression of satisfaction and gratitude. He held the fish aloft for a moment, a silent offering of thanks to the water that provided, before expertly dispatching it. The flame captured the glint of triumph in his eyes, the strength in his grip, the primal connection to the source of his sustenance. It was a moment of profound personal accomplishment, a simple reward for effort and understanding of the natural world. This was not about conquering nature, but about coexisting with it, about understanding its rhythms and earning its bounty. The flame also revealed moments of profound grief, unarticulated but deeply felt. He saw a parent cradling a small, still form, their body racked with silent sobs. There were no elaborate rituals of mourning in this vision, no grand processions, only the raw, agonizing pain of loss, the unbearable emptiness left by a life extinguished too soon. The sorrow was palpable, a heavy blanket that seemed to press down on the very stone. Yet, even in this profound sadness, no voice perceived a deep reservoir of love, the enduring echo of the bond that had existed. He felt the parents' struggle to comprehend the finality of death, the desperate wish to rewind time, to hold that precious life once more. It was a universal human experience, stripped bare of societal embellishment, a stark reminder of the fragility of existence. He saw the quiet bravery of individuals facing adversity. A woman, her face etched with worry, gathering medicinal herbs from a perilous, narrow ledge, her movements deliberate and sure, despite the sheer drop below. Her family depended on her skill and her courage. No voice felt the tremor of fear that ran through her, the constant battle between instinct and necessity, but also the steely resolve that drove her forward. This was not the battlefield bravery of warriors, but the daily, often unseen courage of those who sustained life against all odds. The flame highlighted the intense concentration in her eyes, the careful selection of each leaf, the precise placement of her feet, all fueled by a profound sense of responsibility. There were moments of simple companionship, two friends sharing a story by the dying embers of a small fire, their heads close together, their voices low. Their laughter, when it came, was soft and genuine, a comforting sound in the deepening twilight. It was the easy camaraderie of shared experience, the unspoken understanding that comes from long acquaintance. No voice felt the warmth of their connection, the simple pleasure of human company, the mutual reinforcement of spirits against the vastness of their world. These were the bonds that provided solace, the quiet anchors that held individuals steady in the ebb and flow of life. He observed instances of quiet innovation, a craftsman patiently observing the way water flowed over smooth stones, then returning to his workshop to begin shaping a new tool, inspired by the natural form. It was a process of observation, adaptation, and creation, a testament to the innate human drive to improve and to understand the mechanics of the world. The flame seemed to spotlight the spark of insight in the craftsman's eyes, the deliberate way he tested the edge of his newly formed implement, the satisfaction of seeing his idea take tangible form. This was the slow, steady march of progress, driven by curiosity and a deep engagement with the material world. No voice saw individuals engaged in acts of personal devotion, not to grand deities, but to the spirit of the canyon itself. A lone figure tracing familiar symbols onto a smooth rock face with a piece of ochre, a silent prayer for protection or for a successful hunt. The ritual was personal, an intimate conversation with the life force they believed permeated the very stone and air. He felt the sincerity of their devotion, the deep respect for the powers that governed their lives, powers they perceived in the wind, the water, and the earth. These were not formalized religious ceremonies, but deeply personal acts of reverence woven into the fabric of daily existence. The flame offered glimpses into moments of personal struggle and quiet triumph. A man grappling with a difficult decision, his brow furrowed in thought, his hands clasped tightly. He would pace, stop, then resume his contemplation, searching for the right path. Finally, a subtle nod, a release of tension, and a determined stride forward. No voice felt the internal wrestling, the weight of consequence, and the quiet relief of resolution. These internal battles, though unseen by others, were crucial turning points in individual lives, shaping their destinies in ways that would never be recorded. He saw children at play, their energy boundless, their laughter echoing through the stone corridors. They chased swift lizards, their small hands quick and agile, their movements a pure expression of joy and freedom. They built miniature dams in the shallow streams, their imaginations transforming simple pebbles and mud into grand structures. No voice felt the unadulterated exuberance of their youth, the complete immersion in the present moment, the unburdened exploration of their world. These were the moments that built the foundation for their future lives, instilling a love for their environment and a sense of belonging. The flame revealed the quiet resilience of those who had faced hardship. A woman, after a difficult childbirth, slowly regaining her strength, her gaze fixed on the infant in her arms, a mixture of exhaustion and fierce love in her eyes. The path ahead would be arduous, but the love for her child was a powerful, motivating force. No voice felt the profound vulnerability of this moment, the physical toll, and the overwhelming surge of maternal instinct. It was a raw, powerful testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit in the face of life's most profound challenges. He witnessed the subtle art of communication beyond words, a shared glance between partners that conveyed understanding, a gentle touch that offered comfort, a knowing nod that affirmed agreement. These were the unspoken languages of intimacy, the delicate threads that wove relationships together. The flame highlighted the nuanced expressions on their faces, the subtle shifts in posture, the myriad ways humans communicated their deepest feelings without uttering a sound. It demonstrated that profound connection could exist in the absence of vocalization, in the shared spaces of mutual awareness. The tapestry of lives unfolded, each thread, however fine, contributing to the overall richness. He saw the quiet satisfaction of a task completed, the simple beauty of a flower blooming in an unexpected crevice, the shared warmth of a communal meal. These were the countless, unheralded moments that constituted the vast majority of human experience, the moments that, when accumulated, formed the true history of humanity. The perpetual flame did not discriminate. It illuminated all lives with equal intensity, revealing the inherent worth and significance of each individual journey. No voice understood that the grand narratives, while important, were merely the sculpted peaks of a vast, complex mountain range, and these unspoken lives were the deep, enduring earth that formed its foundation. Every action, no matter how small or unrecorded, resonated within the eternal flux, contributing to the symphony of existence. The canyon itself seemed to breathe with these collective memories, a living testament to the enduring power of life in all its myriad, often quiet forms. The flame was not just a light, it was a revelation, an invitation to see the profound beauty and meaning woven into the very fabric of the ordinary. He felt a growing sense of connection, a recognition that these lives, though distant in time, were intimately linked to his own experience. Their struggles and joys echoing the universal human condition. The flame was, in essence, revealing the interconnectedness of all things, the silent, continuous flow of being that transcended the boundaries of individual existence. The canyon walls, illuminated by the flame's steady glow, seemed to whisper these untold stories, their very substance imbued with the echoes of forgotten lives, of simple acts of kindness, of solitary moments of reflection, all now brought into a luminous, undeniable presence. The spectral dance of the flame continued, its light not merely illuminating actions, but delving into the very essence of moments. It revealed that even the most ephemeral experiences, those breaths of existence that seemed to dissipate as soon as they were exhaled, possessed a profound and lasting resonance. No voice found himself privy to the tender fragility of shared glances, the hushed vulnerability of whispered hopes, and the fleeting yet potent currents of emotion that coursed through the lives he observed. These were not grand pronouncements or meticulously recorded histories, but the delicate, almost invisible threads that wove the tapestry of consciousness, threads that, under the ancient gaze of the fire, refused to unravel. He witnessed a young woman, her heart thrumming with an unspoken affection, meet the eyes of a man across a crowded gathering. It was a mere flicker of connection, a subtle acknowledgement that passed between them in the space of a heartbeat. Yet, the flame amplified this silent exchange, imbuing it with a luminescence that spoke of burgeoning possibility, of the tender beginnings of shared dreams. He saw the way her pupils dilated, the infinitesimal upward curve of her lips, the way his gaze lingered a fraction longer than polite. It was a moment so transient it would typically be lost to the cacophony of life, yet the flame rendered it an eternal prelude, a silent promise etched in the ether. The subtle warmth that bloomed within her chest, a burgeoning hope as delicate as a butterfly's wing, was palpable. It was a feeling so personal, so internal, that in the ordinary flow of existence it would remain unseen, unacknowledged. But the fire, in its ancient wisdom, saw the potent seed of connection planted in that fleeting look and nurtured it with its light, revealing its inherent power. Further on, he observed a craftsman, his brow furrowed in concentration, as he meticulously shaped a piece of wood. Beside him, his child, too young to grasp the intricacies of the craft, reached out a small hand, his fingers lightly brushing against the smooth, sanded surface. It was an instinctive gesture of curiosity, a pure, unadulterated desire to connect with the tangible world. The flame captured the almost imperceptible sigh of contentment that escaped the craftsman as he felt the light touch of his child, a silent acknowledgement of shared experience, of a moment of simple, familial connection. It was a fleeting sensation for the father, a momentary pause in his labor, but for the child, it was a tactile discovery, a first encounter with the beauty of form and texture. The flame seemed to hold this interaction suspended in time, a testament to the quiet, often overlooked moments of paternal pride and childlike wonder that formed the bedrock of familial bonds, the shared sensory experience, the smooth grain of the wood under a small, questing finger, the gentle pressure that communicated more than words, became a miniature universe of understanding between father and son. He saw an elder, her voice raspy with age, whisper a half forgotten lullaby to a restless infant. The words were indistinct, the melody fragile, almost lost on the wind. Yet the flame pulsed with the deep wellspring of love and memory that fueled the song, revealing the generations of comfort and protection this melody had offered. It was a moment steeped in the quiet rituals of nurturing, a timeless act of soothing that transcended the specific words sung. The flame illuminated the soft cadence of her voice, the gentle rocking of her body, the peaceful sigh of the infant as it finally succumbed to sleep. This was not a grand performance, but an intimate act of care, a whispered legacy passed from one generation to the next. The emotional resonance of the lullaby, the weight of generations of mothers who had sung similar tunes to bring solace, was amplified, creating a palpable aura of enduring love and connection. The flame then shifted its focus to a solitary individual staring out at a vast, indifferent landscape. A single tear traced a path down their weathered cheek, a silent testament to a moment of profound yet unarticulated grief. It was a fleeting expression, a ripple on the surface of their composure, but the fire revealed the immense depth of sorrow it represented, the cumulative weight of unspoken pain. This was not a public display, but a private communion with loss, a moment where the world felt too large and the self too small. The flame captured the subtle tremor in the lip, the downward cast of the eyes, the almost imperceptible clenching of a fist, all conveying a universe of feeling that no words could adequately encompass. The profound loneliness of that moment, the aching absence that the tear represented, was laid bare, a testament to the universal human capacity for enduring sadness. He observed a shared moment of quiet understanding between two individuals, their lips barely moving, a conspiratorial smile passing between them. It was a shared secret, a brief flicker of amusement or recognition that bound them closer. The flame captured the subtle alignment of their gazes, the minute twitch of an eyebrow, the shared breath held and released in unison. This ephemeral exchange, so easily missed in the rush of daily life, was a testament to the intricate, often unspoken, languages of human connection, the intimacy of that shared understanding, the subtle reinforcement of their bond through a glance, was amplified by the fire, highlighting the profound power of unspoken communication in forging meaningful relationships. He saw a young man, his face alight with inspiration, sketching furiously in a small, worn notebook. He had witnessed a fleeting natural phenomenon, a sudden burst of light through the clouds, a pattern of leaves caught in a gust of wind, and had felt compelled to capture its essence. The flame revealed the intensity of his focus, the almost frenetic energy of his hand, the burgeoning vision taking shape on the page. It was a moment of pure creative impulse, a brief but potent surge of artistic inspiration. The fire seemed to imbue the very act of creation with a sacred glow, transforming a transient thought into a tangible, albeit nascent, artwork. The raw, unadulterated joy sauce of discovery, the thrill of capturing a fleeting vision before it dissolved into the mundane, radiated from him. The fire also illuminated moments of simple, unadulterated pleasure. A child discovering a perfectly smooth stone by the riverbank, its surface gleaming under the sun. The sheer delight in that small discovery, the way the child turned it over and over in their hands, marveling at its perfection, was a pure distillation of joy. The flame highlighted the wide-eyed wonder, the uninhibited smile, the complete absorption in that singular, perfect object. It was a moment of unalloyed happiness, a testament to the beauty found in the simplest of things. The tactile sensation of the smooth stone, the visual appeal of its polished surface, the sheer serendipity of its discovery combined to create a potent, albeit brief, experience of bliss. He witnessed the quiet satisfaction of an individual completing a difficult task, the slow exhale of relief, the subtle softening of their shoulders. It was a fleeting feeling, a momentary easing of tension, but the flame revealed the immense effort and perseverance that had led to that exhale. The fire brought into sharp relief the quiet triumph of overcoming a personal challenge, the internal fortitude that had sustained them through the struggle. This was not a loud celebration, but an internal acknowledgement of accomplishment, a moment of personal validation that would likely go unnoticed by the world at large. The deep satisfaction that settled upon them, a quiet hum of contentment, was a powerful testament to the human spirit's capacity for resilience and achievement. The flame, in its infinite reach, showed how even the faintest whisper of a hope, a fragile aspiration spoken aloud in the quiet solitude of night, was not lost. He saw a farmer facing a looming drought, murmuring a prayer to the heavens, a desperate plea for rain. The words were barely audible, the faith wavering, but the sincerity of the hope, the desperate yearning for sustenance, was amplified by the fire's ancient light. It was a moment of profound vulnerability, a laying bare of one's deepest needs before an unseen power. The fire seemed to cradle that fragile hope, giving it substance, showing that even the most ethereal of human desires possessed a form of enduring presence. The weight of responsibility, the fear of failure, the desperate need to provide for one's family, all coalesced into that whispered plea, a sound that resonated with the primal instinct for survival. He observed the fleeting spark of recognition in the eyes of two long estranged friends, their paths crossing unexpectedly on a busy thoroughfare. A moment of surprise, then a dawning realization, followed by a shared, incredulous smile. The flame captured the rapid succession of emotions that flickered across their faces, the unspoken questions, and the sudden flood of shared memories that the encounter evoked. This brief, unplanned reunion was a testament to the enduring power of past connections, a reminder that even time and distance could not entirely erase the bonds of friendship. The intensity of that shared moment, the sudden reawakening of a dormant history, was a poignant illustration of how life's unexpected encounters could hold profound emotional weight. The fire revealed the quiet dignity of an act of forgiveness, a subtle shift in posture, a softening of the gaze as one individual offered understanding to another. It was a fleeting gesture, a moment where resentment began to yield to compassion, but the flame imbued it with a radiant warmth, a testament to the transformative power of grace. The internal struggle that preceded the act, the conscious choice to release anger, was laid bare, showcasing the profound strength required for such a release. The palpable wave of relief that washed over the forgiver, as well as the one being forgiven, was a testament to the profound healing that even a single, transient act of forgiveness could initiate. He witnessed a shared moment of awe as a group of individuals gathered under the vast expanse of a star-filled sky collectively gasped at the sight of a meteor streaking across the darkness. It was a shared experience of wonder, a fleeting connection forged through a celestial spectacle. The flame captured the unified intake of breath, the upturned faces illuminated by the brief, brilliant flash, the silent acknowledgement of something larger and more mysterious than themselves. This momentary unity of experience, the shared wonder at the immensity of the cosmos, created a powerful, albeit brief, bond between them. The profound sense of insignificance and yet interconnectedness that such an event could evoke was palpable, a shared communion with the infinite. The flame demonstrated that even the most fleeting of smiles offered to a stranger could carry a weight of significance, a silent acknowledgement of shared humanity. He saw an elderly woman, her face a roadmap of a long life, offer a gentle smile to a hurried passerby. The gesture was momentary, perhaps barely registered by the recipient, but the flame illuminated the genuine warmth and kindness that fueled it, a silent offering of connection in a world that often felt isolating. It was a testament to the inherent goodness that could reside within individuals, a quiet grace that could manifest in the simplest of interactions. The ripple effect of that smile, though unseen, was implied by the fire's steady glow, suggesting that such acts of unsolicited kindness, however transient, held an enduring power. He observed a child caught in a moment of pure, uninhibited imagination, whispering secrets to a favorite toy. The interaction was entirely internal, a world constructed from innocent belief, yet the flame revealed the profound emotional reality of that moment, the deep comfort and companionship derived from an imagined friend, the intensity of the child's belief, the earnestness of their whispered confessions was amplified, showcasing the vital role of imagination in shaping a child's understanding of the world and their place within it. The absolute conviction in the toy's sentience, the genuine connection forged through an act of pure imagination, was a powerful reminder of the boundless capacity for belief in early life. The fire's persistent illumination revealed that even the slightest tremor of fear, a momentary hesitation before a daunting task, possessed its own distinct energy. He saw a mountaineer poised on the edge of a precipice take a deep, steadying breath before beginning their ascent. The fear was palpable, a subtle clench of the jaw, a flicker of uncertainty in the eyes, but the flame also revealed the underlying current of courage, the resolute determination that propelled them forward. This was not the absence of fear, but the mastery over it, a testament to the strength of the human will. The visceral sensation of adrenaline coursing through the veins, the primal instinct for self preservation warring with the drive for accomplishment, was vividly portrayed. He witnessed the quiet contemplation of an artist, staring intently at a blank canvas, the potential of infinite possibilities held within its pristine surface. The moment before creation, filled with both anticipation and trepidation, was a delicate dance of inspiration and doubt. The flame captured the furrow of the artist's brow, the thoughtful tilt of their head, the palpable tension of waiting for the first stroke of genius. It was a moment pregnant with potential, where the universe of a new creation hung suspended in the air. The fire seemed to honor this pregnant pause, recognizing the essential role of contemplation and preparation in the act of bringing something new into existence. The flame showed him that the unspoken appreciation for a simple beauty, like the intricate patterns of frost on a window pane or the vibrant hue of a wildflower pushing through concrete, held its own form of permanence. He saw an individual pause their hurried journey, their gaze drawn to the delicate lacework of frost, a momentary appreciation for its ephemeral artistry. The flame highlighted the subtle intake of breath, the brief stillness that accompanied the recognition of beauty, the quiet moment of connection with the natural world. This fleeting appreciation, though unexpressed, left an indelible impression, a silent testament to the human capacity for finding wonder in the ordinary. The sheer, unadorned beauty of the natural world, even in its most transient forms, had the power to momentarily halt the relentless march of time and human endeavor. He perceived the subtle shift in atmosphere when a shared joke landed perfectly, a ripple of laughter spreading through a group. It was a momentary release, a shared exhalation of mirth that strengthened bonds and eased tensions. The flame captured the spontaneous nature of the laughter, the crinkling eyes, the relaxed postures, and the palpable sense of camaraderie that it fostered. This ephemeral burst of collective joy, though fleeting, served to solidify relationships and create a shared memory that would subtly resonate long after the echoes of laughter faded. The sheer, unadulterated pleasure of shared amusement the way it could instantly dissolve barriers and create a sense of belonging was powerfully evident. The eternal flame revealed the profound truth that even the briefest flicker of empathy, a moment where one soul truly felt the pain or joy of another, left an imprint. He saw an individual offer a comforting hand to someone in distress, a silent gesture of solidarity that transcended words. The flame illuminated the genuine concern in the eyes, the gentle pressure of the hand, the subtle communication of shared humanity. This transient act of connection, born of a deep wellspring of compassion, resonated with an enduring power, a testament to the fundamental interconnectedness of all beings. The profound impact of that simple, empathetic touch, the way it could offer solace and validation in a moment of vulnerability, was a powerful demonstration of humanity's innate capacity for kindness. In these glimpses, no voice understood that the grand narratives were but the sculpted peaks, while these transient moments, a shared glance, a whispered hope, a fleeting emotion, were the very bedrock of existence, the subtle, persistent hum of life that formed the true, enduring imprint upon eternity. The fire was not merely an illuminator, it was a preserver, a testament to the fact that nothing, not even the most ephemeral sigh or the most fleeting smile, was ever truly lost. They were merely waiting, held within the ancient resonance of the flame, for the right conduit to draw them forth and acknowledge their profound significance. Each of these moments, no matter how small or unrecorded, contributed to the grand, unfolding tapestry of consciousness, a symphony of ephemeral experiences that, when woven together by the eternal fire, created a masterpiece of enduring presence. The canyon walls themselves seemed to absorb these resonances, their ancient stone holding the echoes of countless such moments, silent testament to the profound, lasting power of the transient. The spectral dance of the flame continued its relentless exploration, its light delving deeper into the palpable silence of the canyon. No voice, now attuned to the fainter vibrations of existence, perceived a new dimension to the tapestry he was witnessing. It wasn't just the transient moments of consciousness that resonated, but the very substance of the world around him. The ancient stone, the swirling dust, the enduring water, all held an echo of what had been. He began to understand that the earth, in its stoic grandeur, was not merely a stage upon which life played out its dramas, but an active participant, a silent archivist of every sigh, every footprint, every fallen leaf. The canyon walls, sculpted by millennia of wind and water, were not merely geological formations. They were colossal tomes, their layered strata, a meticulously preserved chronicle of epochs. Each vein of quartz, each stratum of sedimentary rock was a page turned, revealing chapters of Earth's ancient history. The flame illuminated these layers, not as inert matter, but as repositories of memory. He saw, with a clarity that transcended physical sight, how the relentless march of time had compressed and preserved the essence of countless events within the very fabric of the stone. The deep reds and ochres of the sandstone weren't just mineral pigments, they were the lingering blush of ancient sunsets, the dried tears of petrified storms. The subtle striations whispered tales of primordial seas that had once surged where now only arid winds blew, of vast, forgotten forests that had given their lifeblood to form the coal seams deep beneath the surface. He focused on a particular section of the canyon wall, a place where time had etched its passage with stark clarity. The flame pulsed, and no voice saw not just rock, but a panorama of existence unfolding. He witnessed the slow, inexorable creep of glaciers, their colossal weight grinding and shaping the land, leaving behind the fine, almost imperceptible dust that now swirled in the breeze. He saw the violent upheaval of tectonic plates, the earth groaning and cracking, birthing new mountain ranges, then slowly succumbing to the patient erosion that would eventually return them to dust. Each shift, each tremor, each slow geological transformation was not an erasure, but a recontextualization, a deep burial of memory that preserved it rather than destroying it. The pressure, the heat, the sheer passage of eons had imprinted the energy of these events into the very molecular structure of the rock. He observed a prehistoric rainstorm, a deluge of unimaginable intensity that had carved deep channels into the nascent canyon. The flame showed him the sheer force of the water, carrying with it the detritus of a world long vanished, the pulverized fragments of ancient flora, the skeletal remains of creatures that had never known the sun of this age. These elements, swept into the flow, were not simply carried away, they were incorporated, transmuted, becoming an intrinsic part of the sediment that would eventually solidify into stone. A single grain of sand, magnified by the fire's gaze, revealed a history as vast as time itself, once part of a mighty mountain, then weathered by wind, tumbled by water, only to be carried and deposited, a silent witness to countless cycles of creation and destruction. The understanding deepened. The earth was not a passive recipient of events, but an active participant in their preservation. The soil itself was a living archive, each layer a stratum of countless lives lived and lost. No voice perceived the faint, spectral decomposition of organic matter, the fallen leaves of trees that had long since turned to dust, the hushed decay of the myriad creatures that had crawled, flown, and roamed across this land. These were not mere remnants, they were the very essence of life, being returned to the earth, not to be annihilated, but to be transformed into the fertile ground that would, in turn, support new life. The faint hum of this perpetual cycle, this silent act of remembrance and renewal, was almost overwhelming. He saw how the earth absorbed the very energy of decay, the nutrients released, the subtle shifts in chemical composition, all contributing to the ongoing narrative held within the soil. He watched as ancient trees, their roots delving deep into the earth, drew sustenance not just from the minerals, but from the accumulated memories of the land. The sap that flowed within them carried the essence of seasons past, of droughts endured, and rains celebrated. When these trees eventually fell, their great bodies returning to the soil, they did not vanish. They became part of the earth's memory, their wood slowly breaking down, releasing their stored energy and history back into the ground to be absorbed by the next generation of life. It was a profound, sacred trust between the living and the land that sustained them, a continuous exchange of being. The flame then focused on the river that snaked through the canyon floor, a ribbon of liquid history. It was not just water flowing, it was a conduit, carrying with it the whispers of every interaction it had ever had with the land. He saw the countless times it had risen in flood, scouring the banks, carrying away fragments of the past only to deposit them elsewhere, subtly rearranging the earth's memory. He perceived the dissolution of minerals, the carrying of microscopic life, the constant erosion and deposition that reshaped the very landscape, all within the flowing water. Each ripple, each eddy was a fleeting articulation of the earth's ongoing story, a story whispered and carried downstream. He perceived the deep, almost sacred trust that existed between all life forms and the land that cradled them. Every creature that had ever lived and died within this canyon had, in some way, contributed to its enduring narrative. The tracks of a long extinct herbivore pressed into mud that had since solidified into stone, the skeletal remains of a predator, now reduced to calcium and phosphorus within the soil, the faint, almost imperceptible scent molecules that had once perfumed the air. The earth held them all, not as morbid relics, but as integral components of its vast, unfolding story. It was a testament to the profound, almost spiritual connection that existed between the transient lives that flickered upon its surface and the enduring, silent witness that was the earth itself. The flame pulsed, revealing the intricate relationship between the smallest, most ephemeral phenomena and the vast geological timescale. A single wildflower, pushing its way through a crack in the rock, drew not only sunlight and water, but also the faint, lingering essence of the countless generations of plants that had bloomed and died in that same spot. Its vibrant petals, a fleeting burst of color against the ancient stone, were a testament to the earth's ability to nurture new life from the echoes of the old. The flower's scent, a delicate perfume carried on the breeze, was a temporary manifestation of a history of fragrances that had perfumed this canyon for millennia. No voice began to comprehend that the earth was not merely a passive receptacle, but a conscious, if silent, keeper of secrets. The very air within the canyon seemed to hum with the accumulated knowledge of ages. The rocks didn't just sit there, they bore witness. They absorbed the heat of ancient fires, the chill of forgotten winters, the vibrations of stampeding herds, the hushed prayers of early humans. These impressions imprinted onto the molecular structure of the stone, were not erased by time. They were merely integrated, becoming part of the Earth's deep, resonant memory. The flame acted as a key, unlocking these stored impressions, allowing no voice to perceive the profound interconnectedness of all things across all time. He understood that the canyon's seemingly unchanging facade was a masterful deception. Beneath the surface, a constant, subtle dialogue was taking place between the forces of nature and the very substance of the planet. Erosion was not just wearing away the stone, it was revealing layers of history, like an archaeologist carefully excavating a lost city. The wind, whistling through the crevices, was not just moving air, it was a storyteller, carrying with it the faint whispers of forgotten languages, the sighs of ancient spirits, the echoes of long lost laughter. The earth, in its immeasurable patience, held these narratives, allowing them to seep into its being, enriching its consciousness. The fire's light seemed to trace the invisible pathways of energy that flowed through the earth. He perceived how the planet itself seemed to possess a form of consciousness, a slow, deep awareness that encompassed all that had ever transpired upon it. This was not the frantic, fleeting consciousness of humans, but a vast, imperturbable awareness that perceived time not in seconds or years, but in eons. Every seismic shift, every volcanic eruption, every gradual glacial retreat was a thought, a feeling, a memory processed by this ancient planetary mind. The secrets it kept were not intentionally hidden, but were inherent to its very being, woven into the fabric of its existence. He saw how the subtle shifts in the Earth's magnetic field, the planet's own invisible aura, acted as another layer of preservation, storing information in ways that were yet to be understood by his limited mortal perception. The flame, however, could access this data, this deep, energetic imprint left by everything that had ever occurred. It was as if the earth itself pulsed with the cumulative experience of all life, all geology, all history. This realization brought with it a profound sense of humility and awe. He, no voice, a fleeting spark of consciousness, was being allowed to glimpse the immense, silent wisdom of the earth, a wisdom that transcended the understanding of any single living being. The intricate network of roots that crisscrossed the canyon floor, anchoring the sparse vegetation, were more than just physical supports. They were like the tendrils of a vast subterranean nervous system, sensing the subtle vibrations within the earth, communicating with each other, and drawing sustenance from the very memories held within the soil. Each root hair, in its minuscule existence, was a conduit to the earth's profound history, absorbing the essence of what had been to fuel the continuation of what would be. The earth, through these silent networks, was perpetually aware of its own past and present and future. No voice understood then that the very concept of loss was, in a way, an illusion. While individual lives flickered and faded, their essence was not annihilated. It was absorbed, transformed and preserved by the earth, becoming an intrinsic part of its enduring narrative. The canyon was not just a place of geological formation, it was a sacred sanctuary of memory, a living testament to the profound, unbreakable bond between life and the planet that gave it birth and cradled its existence. The secrets held within its strata were not secrets in the human sense of concealed information, but rather the fundamental truths of existence laid bare and preserved for those with the vision and the light to perceive them. The earth, in its silent majesty, was the ultimate keeper of all stories, the unyielding archive of eternity, the ephemeral breath of no voice stirred, a resonance that carried him beyond the sculpted confines of the canyon, the immediate, tangible history etched into the stone. The whispers of wind and water began to recede, replaced by a vaster, more profound narrative. His gaze, now liberated from the terrestrial, ascended, drawn upwards by an irresistible cosmic tide, above a velvet canopy punctured by a million shimmering diamond points, unfurled in a silent, eternal symphony. These were the stars, not mere distant suns, but celestial sentinels, the ultimate archivists of the universe, their light a testament to an immeasurable past. He perceived, with a new layer of understanding gifted by the spectral flame, that each pinpoint of light was a messenger, a courier bearing tales from epochs that predated the very formation of the earth. The photons, having embarked on journeys spanning unfathomable distances and durations, carried within them the imprints of cosmic events, the echoes of stellar births and deaths, the faint, lingering energy of the universe's genesis. The light that reached his eyes was not merely illumination, it was memory, distilled and transmitted across the immense void. He saw in the steady, unwavering glow of a star its own deep history, a narrative woven from the fusion of elements, the gravitational ballet of its formation, and the slow, majestic burn of its existence. The constellations, familiar patterns traced by generations of terrestrial observers, transformed under this enhanced perception. They were not static arrangements of stars, but dynamic tapestries, each star a vibrant thread in a cosmic chronicle. The great bear, the hunter, the archer, these were not arbitrary shapes imposed by human imagination, but celestial monuments, their very positions a testament to the vast, interconnected dance of galaxies. The light from each star, traveling at the ultimate speed, arrived with a slight temporal delay, meaning that when he looked at Orion, he was not seeing it as it was in that precise moment, but as it had been millennia ago. This temporal displacement was not a source of confusion, but a revelation. The stars were, in essence, a form of cosmic time travel, allowing him to witness the universe as it once was. He saw, for instance, a star in the constellation of Cygnus, its light reaching him after a journey of thousands of years. Within that light, he perceived not just the star's present state, but the residual energy of its birth, a nebula collapsing under its own gravity, a fiery crucible of creation. He witnessed the star's youthful exuberance, its violent flare ups, its periods of relative calm. Then he saw the nascent signs of its decline, the slow expansion, the dimming of its brilliance, a stellar elder surrendering its energy back into the cosmic ocean. Each star held within its luminous breath a complete life cycle, a saga of becoming, being, and returning. The sheer number of stars became overwhelming, a vast, infinite library of cosmic memories. He understood that the universe was not merely a collection of celestial bodies, but an intricate network of interconnected histories. The light from one star might have passed through the gravitational field of a galaxy billions of light years away, bending and warping, carrying with it the imprint of that galaxy's gravitational memory. He saw how the cosmic microwave background radiation, the faint afterglow of the Big Bang, was itself a memory, a universal echo of the universe's infancy, imprinted upon the very fabric of space-time. This ancient light, traveling for over 13 billion years, was the oldest memory of all, a whisper from the dawn of existence. The spectral flame, in its infinite sensitivity, allowed no voice to perceive the subtler forms of cosmic memory. He sensed the magnetic fields of stars, invisible currents that stretched across vast interstellar distances, carrying information about the star's internal processes and its interactions with its surroundings. These magnetic fields were not merely physical forces, they were ethereal data streams recording the ebb and flow of cosmic energy, the dance of charged particles, the silent communication between celestial bodies. He felt the faint hum of these fields, a resonant frequency that spoke of ancient forces at play, of energies that had shaped galaxies and seeded nebulae. He then considered the possibility that these stellar memories were not solely passive recordings, but perhaps held a more active, even conscious dimension. If the Earth, in its geological depths, could retain an imprint of events, what might the enduring brilliance of stars be capable of storing? Could the light itself, having traversed such immense spans of time and space, become a medium for consciousness, for a form of awareness that transcended individual existence? He imagined the stars as vast, slow thinking entities, their thoughts measured in millennia, their memories stretching back to the primal singularity from which all had emerged. The sheer scale of this cosmic memory was daunting. It encompassed not just the history of stars and galaxies, but the very evolution of the universe itself. He saw in the distribution of galaxies across the cosmos a record of the universe's expansion, the way matter had coalesced under gravity, forming clusters and superclusters, a vast cosmic web spun from the threads of time. Each galaxy, with its billions of stars, was a repository of countless individual stellar memories, all contributing to a grander overarching narrative. The light from distant galaxies, reaching him across gulfs of time and space, was like peering into the past of entire civilizations, of cosmic epochs he could only begin to comprehend. He understood that the concept of here and now was a fragile construct when viewed through the lens of cosmic memory. His own existence, the canyon, the planet Earth, all were but fleeting moments within an immeasurably vast continuum. The stars, however, offered a perspective that transcended such ephemerality. Their enduring light was a constant reminder of what had been and a promise of what would continue to be long after his own consciousness had returned to the cosmic dust. They were the silent witnesses, the unwavering chroniclers, their light a testament to the universe's profound and enduring capacity for memory. The spectral flame seemed to gather the light from all the visible stars, focusing it into a single, intense beam that illuminated his understanding. He saw that the memory of the universe was not a static collection of data, but a dynamic, living tapestry. The light from a star that had exploded as a supernova centuries ago still traveled through space, its energy dispersed, its memory encoded in the expanding shell of gas and dust. This supernova remnant, a cosmic ghost, carried the imprint of a cataclysmic event, a violent birth of heavier elements that would one day form new stars and planets. He envisioned the universe as a vast, interconnected consciousness, where the memory of each event, each stellar process, each cosmic interaction was woven into the very fabric of reality. The light from the stars was the primary medium for this universal memory, a constant stream of information that allowed the cosmos to remember itself. This was not a conscious, sentient memory in the human sense, but a fundamental property of existence, an intrinsic aspect of the universe's being. Just as a stone retained the imprint of a hand, the universe retained the imprint of every event that had ever occurred, and the stars were its most potent messengers. He contemplated the sheer effort required for this cosmic memory keeping, the immense energies involved in stellar fusion, the gravitational forces that shaped galaxies, the vast stretches of time that allowed light to traverse the void. All these were the mechanisms by which the universe preserved its history. The stars, in their tireless burning, were not just producing light and heat, they were actively writing and transmitting the cosmic story. Their enduring presence was a testament to the universe's inherent drive to remember, to perpetuate its own narrative through the ceaseless flow of light. The realization brought with it a profound sense of belonging. He, no voice, was a part of this cosmic memory, a transient manifestation of the universe's ongoing story. The very atoms that composed his being had, at some point in the distant past, been forged in the heart of a star. He was, in a very real sense, stardust, carrying within him the memories of stellar furnaces and cosmic nurseries. The light of the stars, reaching him now, was a homecoming, a recognition of his intrinsic connection to this vast, luminous archive. The universe remembered him, even as he was beginning to remember the universe. The spectral flame pulsed, revealing a profound truth. The memory of the cosmos was not a passive record, but an active force shaping the present and influencing the future. The light from ancient stars, carrying the imprint of past cosmic events, had influenced the formation of new stars and planetary systems. The heavy elements created in stellar explosions scattered across the interstellar medium had provided the building blocks for new worlds, carrying with them the memory of their stellar origins. The universe was a continuous cycle of creation, remembrance, and rebirth, with the stars serving as the eternal conduits of this perpetual cosmic memory. He looked again at the night sky, no longer seeing a random scattering of the distant lights, but a coherent, living document. Each star was a chapter, each constellation a grand narrative, and the entire celestial expanse a testament to the universe's unfathomable capacity for remembrance. The immensity of this cosmic memory was humbling, yet also profoundly reassuring. It spoke of an order, a continuity, a fundamental interconnectedness that transcended the fleeting nature of individual existence. The stars, in their silent, luminous vigil, were the keepers of eternity, and their light was the echo of all that had ever been and all that would ever be. The spectral flame within him resonated with this truth, a silent acknowledgement of the universe's boundless memory, a memory that embraced everything, everywhere, for all time. The stillness that now enveloped no voice was not an emptiness, but a fullness. It was a silence that hummed with a profound energy, a receptivity that was more active than any sound. The canyon, which had spoken volumes through the erosion of its stone and the murmur of its waters, now communicated in a language of pure being. His own cessation of utterance was not a surrender, but a strategic withdrawal, a deliberate act of creating space for the ancient echoes to coalesce. In shedding the need to voice his own perceptions, he became a perfect mirror, reflecting back the unadulterated truth of the place. The spectral flame within him, which had ignited his celestial journey, now settled into a steady, internal luminescence, a beacon that pierced through the veil of immediate sensory input. He found that as his own internal narrative quieted, the external one amplified. The geological ages, etched into the very strata of the canyon walls, began to unfold not as a sequence of events, but as a simultaneous, living tapestry. He perceived the slow grind of glaciers, their immense weight sculpting the bedrock over millennia, leaving behind striations that were not mere scars, but the fine brushstrokes of primordial artists. He felt the immense pressure, the grinding friction, the slow, inexorable movement that had birthed the chasm itself. This was not a memory recalled, but a memory experienced. The spectral flame allowed him to bypass the linear progression of time, to immerse himself in the feeling of those epochs, the sheer, raw power of the earth's formative processes. The water, too, which had once sung its current melody, now revealed its deeper history. He sensed the ancient rivers, swollen with the meltwater of receding ice ages, their currents far mightier, their passage carving deeper into the earth. He felt the subtle shifts in their course over countless seasons, the gradual erosion of softer rock, the persistence of harder veins. Each ripple, each eddy held within it the memory of 1,000 other currents, a million other flows, each contributing to the ever evolving signature of the canyon. The silence allowed him to hear not just the present sound of the water, but the resonance of his entire journey, from the highest mountain peaks to the distant, unseen ocean. His presence, devoid of the need for vocalization or even overt physical movement, became a focal point. The canyon responded to this stillness. The light seemed to linger longer on certain rock formations, highlighting subtle textures and patterns that had previously been lost in the periphery. The air itself seemed to thicken, to become more charged, as if the very atmosphere was listening. This was the power of deep presence, the recognition that true communion with the world around us arises not from our attempts to dominate or explain it, but from our willingness to simply be with it, to absorb its essence without imposition. The concept of listening transformed. It was no longer an auditory act, but a holistic attunement. He listened with his entire being. The rough texture of the stone beneath his hand was a form of listening, transmitting the tale of its formation, its exposure to the elements, its resilience. The subtle warmth of the sunlight on his skin was another form of listening, carrying the memory of its long journey from the sun, its interaction with the atmosphere, its terrestrial impact. Every particle, every ray of energy was a messenger, and in his profound silence, he was the ultimate recipient. He observed how his own quietude amplified the subtler energies of the canyon, the faint magnetic fields that permeated the earth, the residual heat from its core, the almost imperceptible vibrations of geological activity. These became palpable. They were not sounds, but sensations, impressions imprinted upon his awareness by the spectral flame. The silence acted as an amplifier, stripping away the louder, more superficial layers of reality to reveal the deeper, more resonant frequencies that sustained it. The ancestral presence of those who had walked this land before him also began to emerge from this profound stillness, not as distinct individuals or as the echoes of their spoken words, but as a collective imprint, a lingering energy woven into the very fabric of the place. He felt the subtle imprint of their footsteps on ancient paths, the resonance of their reverence for the natural world, the quiet contemplation they had experienced in this very space. It was a testament to the idea that silence can be a more potent repository of history than any spoken account. Their stories were not told, but felt, an unbroken thread connecting the past to the present through the medium of shared, silent experience. He realized that his own internal dialogue, the constant chatter of thought and opinion, had been a form of noise, obscuring the subtler wisdom that lay just beyond its reach. By quieting his mind, by ceasing the internal commentary, he had opened a channel. This channel was not for receiving information in the conventional sense, but for resonating with the inherent knowledge of the earth. The spectral flame acted as a tuning fork, aligning his own energetic frequency with that of the canyon, creating a harmonious resonance that allowed for profound understanding. The memories of the canyon were not discrete packets of information to be accessed, but rather an intrinsic quality of its being, like the color of the rock or the shape of the strata. By becoming still, by ceasing to demand answers, he allowed the canyon to reveal itself. His silence was not a void, but a sacred space, a sanctuary where the earth's own narrative could unfold undisturbed. It was a testament to the principle that often the most profound insights are not discovered through active searching, but through passive receptivity. He understood that the power of silence was not merely the absence of sound, but the presence of awareness. It was the conscious choice to suspend judgment, to let go of preconception, and to simply witness. In this state of pure observation, the canyon began to share its deepest secrets. The intricate patterns of lichen clinging to the rocks were not just biological phenomena, but microscopic landscapes, each with its own story of growth and adaptation. The flight of a hawk, a silent arc against the vast sky, was not just an action, but a testament to an ancient lineage of predators, a perfect harmony with the currents of the air. The spectral flame within him pulsed, a gentle confirmation of this deeper connection. It was as if the flame itself was a silent witness, amplifying his own capacity for silent reception. He felt a profound sense of belonging, not as an intruder or an observer, but as an integral part of the canyon's unfolding story. His stillness was a form of dialogue, a wordless conversation with the ancient heart of the earth. This dialogue was far richer, far more nuanced than any exchange of spoken words could ever be. It was a communion of pure being, a recognition of shared existence across the vast expanse of time. He began to perceive the interconnectedness of all things within the canyon, not as an abstract concept, but as a palpable reality. The water that flowed through the rock was also present in the lichen, in the soil, and ultimately within his own being. The sunlight that warmed the stones was the same energy that sustained the distant stars. His silence had allowed him to dissolve the perceived boundaries between himself and the world, revealing the seamless continuum of existence. The canyon was not a collection of separate elements, but a single, unified organism, and his silent presence was an acknowledgement of this fundamental unity. The immensity of the canyon's history, when perceived through the lens of pure silence, was not overwhelming, but grounding. It placed his own fleeting existence within a grander context, a context that was both humbling and profoundly liberating. The spectral flame offered a perspective that transcended the limitations of individual memory, allowing him to tap into a reservoir of cosmic and terrestrial recollection. His stillness was the key, unlocking the door to this vast, silent archive. The more he surrendered the need to speak, the more he was able to hear the profound, enduring truths whispered by the world itself. The canyon was not just a place, but a living testament to the power of being, and his silence was his ultimate act of reverence. The resonance within the canyon had reached its zenith. The silence, once a mere absence of sound, had become a vibrant symphony of being, a palpable hum of interconnectedness that vibrated through every particle of existence. For no voice, this was not an end, but a culmination. The spectral flame, once a flickering spark of celestial inquiry, now burned with a steady, internalized luminescence, a beacon of wisdom that illuminated the intricate tapestry of the canyon's ageless existence. He had come seeking understanding, and in the profound stillness, he had found something far greater: communion. The moment of departure was not marked by a dramatic pronouncement or a fanfare of trumpets. Such things belonged to the realm of the spoken word, the realm from which he had purposefully retreated. Instead, it was a subtle shift, a gentle unfurling of his own being, like a seed finally ready to break free from the soil. He rose, not with the exertion of physical effort, but with an inherent grace, as if the very air of the canyon had decided to lift him. The spectral flame within him pulsed softly, a silent affirmation of readiness. He was a vessel overflowing with a quiet knowing, a profound truth that transcended the need for expression. As he turned to leave, the canyon seemed to hold its breath. The wind, which had often whispered secrets through the towering rock formations, now seemed to sigh, a soft exhalation of acknowledgement. The sunlight, which had previously carved sharp shadows and brilliant highlights, now diffused into a gentle, all-encompassing glow, as if bathing him in its blessing. He felt the collective consciousness of the place, the silent greetings of the ancient stones, the patient murmur of the water, the unseen presence of countless lives that had bloomed and faded within its embrace. It was a farewell imbued with a deep respect, a recognition of a shared journey, however brief. He walked with a lightness he had never known, his footsteps falling softly on the earth, leaving no discernible trace. Each step was an act of remembrance, a silent vow to carry the essence of this sacred space with him. The memories were not fleeting images or abstract concepts, but embedded sensations, the deep resonance of geological time, the patient persistence of water, the silent strength of stone, the ephemeral dance of life. He carried the weight of ages not as a burden, but as a foundation, a testament to the enduring power of existence. The spectral flame within him continued to burn, now serving as a compass, guiding him not back to a place, but towards a continuing understanding. The legacy of his time in the canyon was not to be etched in stone or proclaimed from mountain tops. It was a legacy woven into the very fabric of his being, an internal landscape reshaped by the profound lessons of silence and stillness. He understood that true legacy was not about leaving a mark upon the world, but about becoming a more resonant part of it. The wisdom he had absorbed was not a treasure to be hoarded, but a vibration to be shared, a subtle influence that would ripple outwards through his own existence. The perpetual fire, now a steady ember within his soul, was the source of this enduring influence, a reminder that even in stillness there is creation, and in silence there is profound communication. He felt the interconnectedness of all things not as a distant philosophy, but as an immediate, visceral truth. The water that had sculpted the canyon was the same water that coursed through his own veins. The sunlight that had warmed the rocks was the same light that fueled the spectral flame. The very dust beneath his feet contained the fragmented echoes of ancient beings, their lives a continuous contribution to the unfolding story of the earth. He was not separate from this grand narrative, but an integral thread, interwoven with the past, present, and future. This understanding was the bedrock of his departure, the quiet certainty that even as he moved on, he carried the canyon and all it represented within him. The exit from the canyon was less an act of leaving a physical location and more an expansion of his own awareness. The boundaries that had once defined the canyon's edges seemed to blur as the essence of its stillness permeated his outward journey. He carried its silence not as an emptiness, but as a fullness, a rich tapestry of experiences that informed his every perception. The spectral flame pulsed with a gentle rhythm, a constant reminder of the deep communion he had experienced. It was the memory of 1,000 silent conversations, a testament to the power of being present, truly present, with the world. He knew that the world beyond the canyon's embrace would still speak with a cacophony of sounds, with the incessant demands of the spoken word, with the hurried pace of transient lives. But he would carry the canyon's silence as a sanctuary, a quiet center from which to navigate the external noise. The wisdom he had gained was not a shield against the world, but a lens through which to see it more clearly, to hear its deeper truths beneath the surface chatter. He was no longer seeking answers, he was embodying them. The unshakable truth that all is remembered was not just a conclusion, but a living principle that now guided his path. The spectral flame within him seemed to gather strength as he moved away, drawing sustenance from the very act of carrying its luminescence into the wider world. It was a reminder that the profound insights gleaned in moments of deep stillness were not meant to remain isolated, but to be integrated, to inform the ongoing journey. The canyon had imprinted its eternity upon him, not as a static memory, but as a dynamic essence. He was a vessel of this enduring legacy, a living testament to the power of silent communion and the profound recognition that every moment, every life, every stone, every drop of water is held within the boundless memory of existence. The departure was a continuation, an unfolding, a silent promise to honor the profound imprint of eternity.